Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. I may or may not have started talking while I was not live yet. Anyway, hello, I'm here, hello. How is everybody doing today? So, I have decided to change my stream day to today. Because now that I live in the land of being a day ahead of everyone, my old stream time means that I'd be streaming on a Monday, which would be okay, except that now that I live in the place where my family lives, I can't like. Oh well, I mean I guess at the weekend it's kind of iffy as well, but my mum works near where I live, so she tends to want to do things during the week. And then it's very distracting, as it was last week. So, yes, that is a thing. So hopefully this day is okay for everybody. I usually change my stream day constantly anyway, so it's nothing new for my regulars anyway. But hold on a sec. I have to bring the chat up on my phone, which I did not do yet because I suck. Sorry for starting late. I had a hard time getting out of bed. And like I do like to have breakfast. Like I love breakfast. It's like my favorite meal of the day. But I find it very hard to eat immediately after waking up because it usually takes me about an hour to wake up at least, and today I had half an hour to wake up, and it's like I was like force feeding myself, like eat the fruit because I know I'll be hungry later, and eat it now, and and what was my point? Oh yeah, so that's why I was late because I was eating and stuff. Where's the thing? Where is it? So we're starting a new chapter today, I think, aren't we? Because we have this new background. I don't think I did anything with this background last time, did I? Did I? I don't think I did. That's exciting. Ah, here we go. Don't make sounds. Stop it. Stop it, phone. Stop it. I just want you to play the stream, that's all. You don't have to make me hear myself. Anyway, welcome to the stream, Kalabu Dog and Inkerlink. Oh, you've been missing my streams? I'm putting up the announcement. Do you mean on Discord? I usually do have them there. In fact, I have them all there. Or maybe YouTube decided to announce it for a change or something. I'm not quite sure. But you're welcome. You're welcome. Cereal? No. I mean, well, it kind of depends. Usually I have a banana, and then like maybe I'll have some yogurt. But since I moved here, it's more annoying to have yogurt because you get yogurt differently here. In Finland, you can get little bottles, and then you get it in these like cartons. So I'd always get it in the bottles. Here, you can get it in bottles as well, but I think it's more expensive. I mean, it's probably more expensive in Finland as well, but actually, now that I think about it, there's probably a lot of range in the little things. But I don't really like eating yogurt from a big like container because it's you like put into a bowl, and then it's like, oh well, first of all there's more dishes, and then second of all it's like, well, now I've put too much in the bowl and it's annoying. But it's good if you want to have it with muesli, which I often do. I think, isn't muesli not a thing in North America? It's a little bit like granola but not sweet, and not glued together. But yeah, so I do like cereal, and I will eat Wheat Bix as well, which is it's like the UK's Weetabix, but it's bitter. I know this because I had Weetabix in Finland and it was horrible. Here, see, I thought it was maybe like a nostalgia thing, like or like a, you know, like a rose-colored glasses thing, where I'm like, oh, it's bitter in New Zealand, while I was in Finland, like, oh, this tastes like cardboard, and which it kind of does on its own anyway, but it's like the Finnish one wouldn't soak the milk properly, or it didn't quite taste right or something, and it was the wrong shape and stuff. But now that I'm here and I'm actually eating New Zealand Weet-Bix, it's like, ah, yes, it is bitter here. It is bitter. Anyway, I'm not sure if the Weetabix you get in Finland is the same as the stuff you get in the UK. I think it is, though. I'm pretty sure it's imported. Because I don't think Finns eat it very much, actually. So it's actually kind of weird that it's in the supermarkets. Anyway, should we, like, play the game? So, I like lots of things for breakfast. I also, you know, bacon and eggs is good for breakfast as well. Pancakes are not really a breakfast thing for me. Croissants can be. In my family, at Christmas we'd often have like a champagne breakfast. So we'd have croissants and a little bit of champagne. Well, it's probably not champagne, it's probably just sparkling wine. But, yeah, so croissants for breakfast is good. Breakfast. I do like the breakfast. I don't like that whole, like, eating sausages and stuff. That's weird. I can do bacon and eggs if I'm hungover, but otherwise, or if it's like a brunchy thing, then bacon and eggs is okay. But like having something so heavy first thing in the morning, I don't understand how people do that. Unless they're hungover, then it makes sense. But if like I don't know. There was a study that was like, oh, people who don't eat breakfast eat less calories during the day, blah blah blah, and it was like, it was a UK study, so it's like, yeah, well, that's because they have these horrible like sausages and stuff for breakfast. Jesus Christ. Anyway, all right, the game. Yes, the game. We're playing the game. So I have to have the game a little bit quieter today. Mostly because I'm testing a thing. Also because I noticed that it was like overpowering my voice, at least through my headphones it was when I was listening back to the thing. But also because I get copyright strikes. Well, not strikes, but like disputes or whatever. No, not disputes. Claims. There you go. I found the word eventually. Partially because there were lots of moments where I was just texting my mum and you can hear the music. And also because I think it was too loud. So, yes. See, hash browns for breakfast is weird to me. I don't know. I love hash browns. I had some in the freezer. But for breakfast, I don't know. Also, having pancakes with the other stuff is very strange. Because pancakes is a sweet thing to me. I know you can have it savory, but that's weird. I don't know. I don't know. It's very strange. I find it very strange. Anyway, that's enough about my breakfast. Today I just had a banana, if you're wondering. And coffee. Oh yes, definitely the coffee. The coffee is the main thing, but I don't know if that really counts as breakfast, does it? It's just the fuel that keeps me alive. Breakfast stream. Yes. I'll do one of those. I'll just sit here and eat. You can't even see what I'm eating. You just listen to me eating. Nom 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 nom. Delicious. ASMR. Yes. Okay, anyway. I assume I have to go in here. Episode 3. Episode. Some. The story is very obviously fictional and fantastic. Oh no, wait! I would have I would have wait. I would have saved. Do I remember saving? I remember saving. No, we did start. We did start this because it starts with her as a thing, right? Was that in here? Was that in this? Yeah. Okay. All right. It's coming back to me now. Okay, hold on. I just want to listen to the music again, obviously. Oh, so let me know if the music is still loud, or if it's like too quiet that you can't hear it at all, or if it's too unbearable. Anyway, let me look. There we go. I guess it was like the end of a chapter, quotation marks, but not like a whole. It wasn't like the end of an episode. Sounds good. Oh, that is good. Alright. I don't know who's talking. Oh, she is. Kinzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph. If you discover the goal, I shall return everything to... Let me just hold on a sec. I really wish when you scrolled it would show you the pictures. Oh, well, that must be Battler. Okay. Alright. If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. Wait, who's talking? Is this Maria now? Surely this is not Maria talking. Eva recalled her entire childhood on a boat. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, yes, that's right. Yes. Yes. That's right, she did. Yes. Yeah, Eva's, past is quite the thing, or her childhood is quite the thing. Tonight I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama to the fullest. I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant. Beatrice the Golden. Oh, it was Maria! Whatever. I'll just pretend she was speaking through her or something. When Maria finished reading the letter that Beatrice had handed her, everyone was at a loss for words for a while. What is his face? Oops. And then they all broke the silence at once. Did they now? Ridiculous! I don't remember my voice, but it's this now. What a worthless, vicious prank! Seriously? There's no way Father gave up the... Oh, that's right, his voice is like... Seriously, there's no way Father gave up the head's ring. That wasn't really his voice or whatever. I was trying to turn him into the dick that he was. But I guess that was when he was younger, so... Beatrice? Ha! What a transparent prank, hoping to confuse us just by bringing up that name. Hey, who filled this dessert up with a little too much punch? I want to applaud and praise you, so come clean, okay? Rosa? Of course not. I wouldn't pull a prank by assuming Father's name. Then Aniki? Aniki? Me? Are you an idiot? It was Nia-san, right? Only he could plan something this vulgar. Are you trying to mock me? I'm the one who wants to question you. Oh! Did he hit her? Did he, like, slam his fist on the table or something? Who was behind this ill-natured prank? Kraus... Oh, yeah, he's beating up the table. Kraus bit the table and stared at everyone. Since that concluded the children, too, he scared most of them. Oh, my childhood's coming back to me. A letter from a mysterious person who claims to have been given full rights to... Okay. A letter from... I thought it was going to be a question, but sure. A letter from a mysterious person who claims to have been given full rights to Father's assets. Considering that the whole point of this family conference is the discussion of that subject. And I think it's too hasty to call this a mere prank. Oh, that's right, and everybody's conspiring to get the money out of Kraus. We can't be sure. Maybe it really is one of Father's shady pranks. By the way, this is nothing to do with anything. I've been playing so much Final Fantasy XIV lately that I actually had a dream that I accidentally skipped a cutscene. It was horrible. I was like, no, I didn't mean to press the button. Then I had to go to the inn to rewatch it. That was the whole dream. Anyway, he might have planned this to shock us a bit since we've been discussing the distribution of his inheritance without him. If Dad was the one who planned this, then we can't take what Maria-chan just read aloud as a joke, right? That's right. If you interpret the contents literally, then this is a test from Father. The epitaph of the witch has been displayed in the hall for quite some time now, so that any one of us could solve it. There was plenty of notice. That means he was saying that the first person to solve it would be handed the inheritance along with all of his wealth, right? See? My magic granted your wish. Ah! Oh. Her face. Nothing so foolish could possibly be the case. It is an unshakable fact that my husband is the successor to the Ushirimiya family headship. I'm probably quite echoey today, because last week I had all this, like, setup where I had all these, like, boxes and stuff to muffle my voice, but I moved the desk. And I didn't do what I did last week, which I should have, but I didn't, so... I tried to put, like, because I had these foam things, I tried to put them against the wall, but without actually attaching them to the wall, because I don't have any command strips. And they did not like that. I tried to sellotape them to a box, and they just kept falling off, so... Anyway, hopefully it doesn't sound too much like I'm recording in a bathroom, because I'm not! Oh. Anyway, yes. Well, doesn't this letter shake that? This is a message from the person who was given full rights to all of Father's wealth. Nisan's right to become the head has returned to a blank slate. The person who solves the riddle, the person who finds Beatrice's gold, will become the next head of the Ushirimiya family. Ridiculous. Ridiculous! Do you think we can trust the meaningless words in that letter? That the seal was the real thing? There's no way we could trust that. Also, let me know if I'm shouting too much into the mic as well, and I can turn the levels down. Or just, like, lean away, because I'm quite close to it today. Then let's try to go and ask Father directly. I wouldn't want to be bursting your eardrums. At this point, you can't get away with saying he's grumpy or feeling bad, right? The sealed wax clearly shows that this was from Father's representative. If you doubt that, then show some proof, Nisan. Show that this letter does not contain Father's will. I'm kind of sad because we're past the halfway mark now. Oh, wait, there's still a whole other game to play. Never mind, it's okay. But very well. It is just as you say. It is it no longer matters whether Father's in a good mood or not. Let us go up and ask him directly. Let's do it. We'll ask Dad directly. Dad is Dad, so why would he act in such a roundabout way? And again, I guess that would be like him. I wonder if we really should continue this discussion on the assumption that this letter came from Father. Stupid Rosa! Oh! Is it obviously from Father? That letter is Father's. Isn't it obvious that he's giving the four of us an even chance to become the successor? Die, you brainless idiot! It's such a strong... Rosa really is dumb. Who's talking? Is this Beatrice? Rosa really is dumb. If only she'd just give up and... Oh, no. It's her thinking. Rosa really is dumb. If only she'd just give up and die. I'm sorry. That's right. I'm sorry. Oh, what the... Oh. In the beginning, the adults had all doubted the credibility of the letter, but after realizing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance in the inheritance struggle for the 3 younger siblings, Eva changed her position, claiming that the letter was authentic. Rudolph and Rosa caught on and agreed. Outrageous! How can adults like you take such a worthless prank this seriously? I don't need to be father to understand his contempt. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Natsuhi-san. All we've got to do is ask father and we're done, right? Won't everything be fine if father just tells us that he doesn't know about any letter? Nee-san, take responsibility and just get him to say he doesn't know about the letter. This is no time to get scared just because he's in a bad mood, okay? He's so scared of father at this age, that idiot. Only he'd just give up and die. Yeah, let's get this settled clearly. He's probably eating in his study right now. Let's have him set down his chopsticks for just a moment. It's decided. Let's go. I like how they all have different hair colors. Kiria, wait here for a while. We'll go to check whether it's true or not. Come back quickly. Thank you. I'll wait patiently for Koda-san to bring in dessert. The 4 siblings, Natsuhi and Hideyoshi, all rose from their seats forcefully and flew out into the hallway with a clatter. Afterwards, only the children, stunned, completely speechless, Nanjo, who looked uncomfortable, and Kiria, who just shrugged. Oops. I didn't mean to click the button. Had a bit of it. Did it say remained? Is that what it said? Can I please scroll up? Thank you. Oh, we're left. Okay. In the middle of all of this was Maria, who looked a little scared at the adult's sudden change. Actually, 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Oh. Okay. Anyway. Can I find the game? In the middle of all of this was Maria, who looked a little scared at the adult's sudden change. However, judging from her parents... Wait, what did they say about chopsticks? Oh, yeah. Okay. It's probably a saying or something. I don't know. Although it would seem like he wouldn't eat with chopsticks because he's all Western or whatever. I mean, like all obsessed with Western things. And they seem to eat Western food as well. So like how a lot of that would be difficult to eat with chopsticks, I'd imagine. Anyway. However, judging from her parents, she didn't look like she realised the full meaning of what she'd just read. What in the world was that all about? I don't get it. They're all bastards. Do they really want the inheritance that much? Everyone, this is our parents' problem. It has nothing to do with us, so you mustn't worry about it. Even if you say that. They were so blatant about it. I can't believe them. Showing off their greed like that. Ooh, everyone has to believe together that we'll be happy. Ooh. That's right. We all did promise. Come on, Batlican, Jessica-chan, you too. I feel horrible. We couldn't accept it after all, but we laid down our arms for the time being. We'd been vaguely aware of how filthy this family conference was going to be. However, after that 6-year blank, I couldn't help being shocked. When he saw the children were completely dejected, Dr. Nanjo cleared his throat uncomfortably. It's an adult matter. It has nothing to do with all of you young people. Let us forget about it. I would if I could. Sorry, I unscrewed the lid to this bottle very close to the microphone. I know it's hard. But forget it for now. All of your parents are frantically... All of your parents are fighting frantically to make your futures just a little brighter. Please, don't look at your injured parents with those cold eyes when they come back. Injured? Oh, injured or deformed. No matter how much you ask us, Kiryu-san, that'll be tough. If we could be happy with an explanation like that, we wouldn't be kids. What? Ooh, everyone be happy. Can't get dark. I thought they said Dalek. Believe. If everyone doesn't believe we can be happy, then that happiness will get away. Why did I suddenly have a craving to play Destiny 2? What's it got to do with anything? Stop it. Everyone has to believe. Ooh. I like the sound of that. I'll believe too. I'll believe we can find happiness. Ooh, Aunt Kitty, thank you. Battler and Jessica, you believe too. Beatrice is also always saying that magic won't have any power if you don't believe. Ooh. Kiryu-san rose from her seat quietly, went over to Maria, and crouched down so that their eyes met. Ooh. Aunt Kiryu believed. Now Battler and Jessica have to believe. Those two are strong. They'll feel better soon, and then they'll believe. Yeah. More importantly, I want you to tell me something. When Kiryu-san said that, Jessica, George, Aniki, Dr. Nanjo, and I all listened closely. It looked like our parents were so concerned with the inheritance problem that grandfather filled their minds But we wanted to ask Muddy about something simpler. Ooh? What? Who gave you that letter? Oh! Oh, ominous music. Beatrice! The witch drawn in that portrait? Ooh! She gave me this letter and an umbrella, and she used magic to fix my rose that was broken. Beatrice is an awesome witch who can do anything. I suddenly thought about Subnautica, probably because of the rain. Could you tell us about that in a bit more detail? Oh! Oh, okay. Apparently. Jesus. Without even being allowed to wait for dessert, we were chased out of the room. I heard that, in the end, our parents were unable to get Grandfather to respond. Well, I hate to say it, but I feel like giving Grandfather a high five right now. I feel like giving... Oh, okay. He was probably pretty satisfied with how his strange letter had given his children a good shock, since they'd all been so infatuated with the inheritance problem while Grandfather was still alive. It's a good point. That is a good point. Because, yeah, how about you wait until he's actually dead to ask these questions? Yeah. It's pretty rude. It's pretty rude. Be like, oh, how about I just take you out of my will, actually? Yep, sounds like a good idea. I also felt like our despicable parents had gotten what they deserved in all of this confusion. But I couldn't really say that I was feeling great. I felt all sulky. Apparently, Grandfather hadn't seemed concerned with the whole thing, but he also hadn't denied anything about the letter either. When talking about the witch's letter, Grandfather's name kept popping up. If Grandfather knew that someone was stealing his name, then considering his character, he'd probably be mad with rage. But even though Grandfather now knew the contents of that letter, he coldly ignored it. So did that count as a silent yes? Aunt Eva and Dad were trying to interpret the letter in their favour, their greed clearly visible. Sorry, 1 second. Oops. So I'm just extra mucusy this morning, which is totally something you needed to know. Ugh. Can my nose just stop? Jesus. Anyway, Aunt Eva and Dad were trying to interpret the letter in their favour, their greed clearly visible. It wouldn't have mattered so much if that was all, but the adults had now started focusing on Maria, who had received the letter. They kept pounding her with questions about who had given it to her. Maria repeated over and over again that she had gotten it from Beatrice, but there was no way such a mysterious person could have sneaked onto the island. After all, this island's small, and there's no one living on it outside the Usurimia family household. Maria kept repeating that she had gotten it from Beatrice, no matter how many times she was asked. The adults seemed to think she was trying to trick them, so they didn't hold back and questioned her until she broke out in tears. That's so mean! Oh, that's so terrible! Because she's telling the truth and no one believes her. Oh my god, that's the worst fucking thing. Oh, especially when you're a kid. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm okay. When Maria was released, she sobbed, all worn out from crying. After our parents ordered us to go to the guest house to take Maria with us, they shut themselves up in the dining hall and started getting louder and louder as they discussed the inheritance. It seemed that, because of that strange letter, Uncle Kraus's chances of becoming the next head might have been reduced to a blank slate. And in exchange for accepting him, my dad and the rest were trying to swindle Uncle Kraus out of a lot of money, or something like that. Disgusted as we were, Jessica and I were happy to move over to the guest house. We didn't want to be under the same roof as those filthy adults, their heads so filled with thoughts about money. George Aniki pleaded on our parents' behalf, saying that he wanted us to understand them. I understood his reasoning. No matter how filthy this talk of money was, it wouldn't go away if you just closed your eyes to it. But even so, how could they sink so low as to overtly fight over the money of the dead? He's not even dead yet. Meanwhile, the typhoon was coming. No, it's funny, because I have the stream set to ultra fast. I mean, like ultra low latency or whatever. But it's not really that low. I guess because I'm in New Zealand, so the ping to the server would be like astronomical. So it's just kind of funny that ultra low latency is not really that ultra low. Or at least not compared to what it was like when I was in Finland. It's kind of sad. Maria had cried herself dry and was hiding in her bed. She hadn't even twitched for a while, so she was probably sleeping. Or she's dead. Who in the world gave that letter to Maria-chan? George Nisan. You can't ask her that anymore. Isn't it fine to say that Maria got it from Beatrice and leave it at that? After all, we don't want to make her cry any more than this. Even though we said that, we couldn't clear away a gloomy feeling. This background here of this particular background, I don't know if I said this before, but I always think of that hotel in, I like how there's a map over there. The hotel in the Gold Saucer. I don't know why, just something about this angle reminds me of it. There are only 18 people on this island now. This looks like a Zelda temple. The thought that the map, I mean. The thought that somewhere in the rain a 19th person gave Maria-chan that letter is now hiding somewhere doesn't seem realistic at all. Most likely, somebody got Shannon or someone to put on the dress from the portrait and cleverly got Maria to go along with their story. Though, in Maria's case, just seeing the dress would probably convince her that it really was Beatrice. Maybe it doesn't really matter who handed her the letter. The important thing is who sent it. The point is that grandfather wanted to cause an uproar by assuming the name of the witch. Seriously, that old geezer's good at riling people up. The most likely answer is that our occult-loving grandfather was playing around, handing the letter over to Maria, who shares the same hobby as he does in such a dramatic way. Though, he failed to give any thought for what Maria would have to go through, making it a pretty shitty thing to do. Seriously, messing around with Maria's pure heart? It doesn't matter who handed the letter to her. I mean, the letter over. Maria says she got it from Beatrice, so let's treat it that way. I agree. Let's do that. That's very much not what he would have said in the past, isn't it? He would either be like, yes, Maria, sure, okay, and or then be like, no, I cannot accept this. Blah 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 blah. Can the heater please turn on? Come on, turn on. Listen to my remote control. Fine, don't care. To Maria-chan, Beatrice is kind of like what Santa Claus is to most kids. Whether we're dealing with some non-existent 19th person or Santa Claus, as long as we all acknowledge them, they'll at least exist inside Maria. I see. Guess it can be important to lie to a child to protect their dreams. Hmm? What's up, Jessica? Are you still angry? Jessica had her hand on her chin, as though there was something that she just couldn't understand. When I called out to her, she came to her senses. Ah, sorry. Well, actually, I was wondering if Maria might have actually met Beatrice. What do you mean by that? Are you saying there's a 19th person on this island? If you truly take Maria Chan's words to heart, then you would arrive at that answer. No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about the story that someone we don't know has been living on this island since long ago. Living, you say? Where? In the forest. That's creepy. Ah, yes, lightning. Very good. Very good. It's a very long transition. The adults were gathered in the dining hall, spending a very long time continuing the discussion that had been started by Beatrice's letter. Kraus strongly claimed that the letter was a simple prank, but he couldn't overturn the claim that Kinzo's failure to deny the letter was answer enough. Judging by Kinzo's character, if he knew that a letter had been written in his name, he would be mad with rage. Since all of the siblings knew that, Kraus had no choice but to withdraw his claim. His claim to the throne! Without even having to summarize it, the contents of the letter were simple. The person who could solve the witch's epitaph would receive the headship and assets. This did a lot of damage to Kraus, who had been sure that he would receive the headship, and was better news than the rest of them. You mean for the rest of them, who had already given up? Oh no, sorry. And was better news than the rest of them who'd already given up could hope for. However, there were some points that worried them. The person who solved the epitaph was not limited to a member of the Ushiromiya family. Taken literally, anyone, no matter how doubtful their origin, might receive the headship. And furthermore, this meant there was a chance that all of the Ushiromiya family's assets would be stolen by some unknown person. In that sense, it was definitely not a situation where even the other siblings could afford to lower their guard. Had this letter come from an assassin sent by Kinzo calling themselves Beatrice? Or was this the scheme of some unknown person trying to steal the Ushiromiya family's wealth? They still didn't know the truth. But they could say one thing for certain. Maria had received this problematic letter today on this island. In other words, someone planning something to do with their letter was on this island today. Had it been set up by Kinzo, one of the four siblings, or maybe some unknown person? Or one of the four siblings, or maybe some unknown person. No matter how much they suspected each other, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After getting tired of bickering with each other, they finally reached the extremely obvious conclusion that doubting each other was just a waste of time. Finally. Good. Interesting, no? It's a little different, isn't it? We've made no progress. We've just been spinning our wheels. That's right. And the mere fact that you've realized it means we won't have to waste any more time. It is not certain that Father sent the letter. My husband is merely exasperated by your inability to hold a conversation. Who's unable to hold a conversation? You keep yelling at me every time I say something. Do you truly think that such shameful behavior is fitting for a member of the Ushiromiya family? Would you give it a rest, Eva? You too, Natsuhi-san. That topic's finished for now. Shall we all cool our heads off for now? Let's have some cool drinks brought over. That sounds good. It would probably be wiser if we cooled our heads. Don't you want to take a short break too, dear? Aniki looks like she's in a bad mood, so I'll pass on that break. But I agree about the cool drinks. Rosa, have someone bring some water. I'll pass on that break. What? What has that got to do with her being in a bad mood? Weird. A whole picture. Yes, understood. Rosa headed over to the extension telephone in a corner of the room and cooled the servant room. She then passed on what Rudolph had told her to the person on the other end. The vicious bickering up until now vanished, as though it had been a lie. That silence continued until Gorda finished setting the table and retreated from the room. There we go. Turned on the heater. Okay. Oops. Is there anything else that you require from my bumpkin? No. Please leave us. Take your bumpkin away from here. Yes. Then if you will excuse me. If you need anything, call me at any time. I love to fetch water for you. There is nothing else in my life but that. After listening to the sound of Gorda's footsteps disappear off into the distance, everyone took a deep breath at the same time to break the tension. Your bumpkin gives me strength. It sure is raining hard. I wonder if this 19th person is taking shelter in the rose garden arbor about now. I wonder. They might be able to escape the rain there, but it would be quite cold. The mysterious 19th person is a visitor. Sounds pretty interesting. Just like a mystery novel. Normally in that kind of story, it's a safe bet that the person doesn't exist, that one of us 18 would be faking it. I suspect Genji and the others. Just as I thought, it would have been better if we had dismissed all of the servants of the one-winged eagle, no matter what excuses we had to make. Come now, don't say that. We must be grateful for their long years of service. Of course we can't let our guard down. I'm sure you agree too, Nisan, that whether or not Father was behind this, the person who handed Maria the letter was a servant. Indeed. In any event, we were all being friendly in our big happy circle until dinner, weren't we? All the siblings have alibis. Only a servant could have handed Maria that letter. But all of the servants said that they were too busy with the bed making to have any spare time during which they could go to Maria-chan in the rose garden. Hey, what are you trying to say then? You aren't saying that the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice Summer, came over and actually handed Maria that letter, are you? Rosa, you used to believe in that so much it really frightened you, right? Don't tell me you still believe at this age. In the Witch of the Forest. If she did exist, I'd love for her to appear. But no matter how much I wish she didn't appear before me even once, she didn't save me from my crisis. Of course not. I just thought that since all 18 of us said we didn't do it, there might really be a 19th person. That can't be. In the first place, we were the only ones who came in on that boat. We didn't see any mysterious stranger riding with us. Riding? Do you ride a boat? Sounds strange. Maybe you do. You don't think they could have swam across this rough sea, right? I can't really imagine it. I mean, they might have been on their own boat, but sure. Logically, that's true. It is difficult to imagine that there's a single hidden and uninvited guest on this isolated island. However, it looks like some of us still can't abandon the possibility completely, right? Is the stream buffering for anyone else? Or is it just my phone? Hideyoshi had laughed it off, saying there couldn't be a 19th person. But Kiria had sensitively picked up on the delicate atmosphere among the four siblings. Actually, I don't need to be looking at that. The sound of Gorda's chin stiffs. In a normal situation, there shouldn't have been any uninvited guests on the small, isolated island. How would they have come here, and from where? And where were they hiding? And why hadn't they appeared openly, even though they had sent a letter in their name? Nothing could explain that. But not only had the four siblings not joined in on Hideyoshi's laughing, they also seemed unable to completely deny in their hearts the possibility of a 19th person. Kiria-san, please don't misunderstand. It's not as though we believe in anything like that fairy tale, like legend of the witch. Is this another topic to insult father? Simply speaking of such a thing as a betrayal against him. I wonder. However, this is father we're talking about. It could be possible, right? I don't know anything. What's this? What's this? Why is everyone... Oh. What? I can't figure out how to read this. What's this? What's this? Why has everyone gotten so gloomy? There we go. What are you talking about? In short, the legend of the witch isn't a joke, but a fact? That's ridiculous. Of course. Of course nobody believes in some witch riding a broom and flying in the sky. But the woman in that portrait. Beatrice might really have existed on this island. Hideyoshi-san, it looks like we aren't talking about a witch, but something a little simpler. So it must be something like this. Oh, so it must be something like this. Everyone suspects that father had a mistress named Beatrice secretly living somewhere on this island. Is that it? Father was always exemplary at keeping strictly to the rules. It is completely inconceivable that he would bring something so filthy onto this island. Natsuhi snapped at them immediately, and it scared the living shit out of everyone, but it looked like the four siblings, including Kraus, didn't agree. On the contrary, they appeared to think Kinzo wouldn't even have hesitated to do something like that. That's funny. From the beginning, it had been whispered that Kinzo had built a mansion on this island specifically because of the existence of an entrancing mistress. I'm sorry, Natsuhi-san. I know how much you respect Dad, but that rumor's been around for a long time. All the buildings on Rokkenjima were built by Dad on his own. People have always guessed he had some contraption or secret room set up in this mansion that only he knew about. And it's always been whispered that hidden somewhere on this island there's a secret mansion none of us know about. I see. This island might look small on a map, but it's quite large for just the Ushirimiya family to live on. So, people have suspected that he built a secret mansion somewhere here in the uncivilized forest for his mistress to live in? I could have sworn he said Nazi-san! Nazi. Oh, it does kind of sound like I'm saying Nazi. That's really awkward. That would be quite a large-scale scheme. In the beginning, people thought... I don't know who's talking. In the beginning, people thought it might be somewhere inside this mansion. That there might be a hidden basement with a fabulous hidden room where the witch in that portrait was secretly hiding. Oh! Oh, why is the music really scary? Oh, it's so creepy all of a sudden. Don't do that. After seeing that intricate auto lock on Dad's study, it isn't too hard to imagine, right? After all, Father did spread the rumor that a large amount of gold was hidden somewhere by some mechanism. I wouldn't be surprised if there existed some hidden room inside this very mansion that none of us knows about yet. Ah, there we go. Now my voice is warming up. That's good. When Mother was alive, she would often scour the entire mansion searching for Father when he wasn't anywhere to be found. Mother always suspected what Rudolph just said. She believed there was a hidden door oh my god, I can't read. She believed there was a hidden door or stairway somewhere, and that his blonde-haired mistress was hiding what was hidden behind it. Why are they always blonde? It's hard to believe, but there are some actual examples in other countries of people cheating with someone over a period of several decades by making them live in a hidden attic room. Is there? Wow. The fuck. Furthermore, Kenzo had a mansion this extravagant. I guess if your mansion was big enough, it was possible to suspect the existence of a hidden room. But isn't the wife usually the one that looks after the household? I mean, like if you think back to Victorian era or something. I mean, like, even though, I mean, the man would be all like, I own the land and I do the things and I have the money and the shares and the stockholders and the blah, blah, blah. But then, I mean, the stock and the shareholders. But then, because, like, the wife would have nothing to do all day except for embroidery and stuff. Wasn't she usually in charge of the servants and stuff? And, like, all, like sorting out the running of the household. So surely she would know, is my point. But I guess maybe in other cultures or something. Anyway, furthermore, Kenzo had a mansion this extravagant and it was possible to suspect the existence of a hidden room. I don't know, I might be just talking out my house. From what I've heard, the legend of the Rock Engine Witch was just a fairy tale made up to scare children away from the uncivilized forest. But it's starting to sound like there's a little more to the story. Well, as you know, this is a lonely island without anything but the Ushiramia mansion on it. When Rosa and I were little brats on stormy nights, we got so scared by the sound of trees rustling in the direction of the forest. We had this crazy delusion that something weird might be looking out at us from between those trees. It's only natural for a brat to think of stuff like that. Yep, I used to think of stuff like that all the time. Me and a friend used to, like, when we were like 6 or something, we would make up ghost stories to tell each other, even though I hated ghost stories. But anyway, when I was little, I hated them. We had this one thing where there was this big tree outside, and we used to. I don't know what was the story. I don't quite remember the story, but basically there was a big eye in the tree, and if you looked hard enough, you could see the eye, and it was scary and it was unnecessary. So yes, very much so. Apparently trees are terrifying for children. But when Rosa and I complained about it, some people figured it was more than a brat's imagination. You mean was no more than a brat's imagination? Isn't that right, Aniki? Oh! Oh! Do. Why is the seed theme playing? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Nissan and I thought you might have coincidentally... Oh no. You do mean more than a brat's imagination. Oh, okay. Nissan and I thought you might have coincidentally spotted Father's mistress living in secrecy on this island, as she went out for a walk when no one was looking. Of course, Mother felt the same. Even among the older servants who often heard that ghost story about how the witch of the portrait wanders the mansion at midnight. Outwardly, I laughed it off as just a ghost story, but on the inside I suspected very much that it hinted at the existence of a hidden mistress. In that case, you're saying that the existence of a 19th person might not be completely ridiculous? I don't know if I told you this story before, but I used to work as a caregiver in a rest home for like 5 minutes, which was it was a rest home specifically for nuns, and It was like in this church. It was like the wherever it is that the nuns live in a church, and I actually had to sleep there overnight because I had like the shift was weird. Like my shift wasn't actually through the night. It was like late at night and then early in the morning, so I had to sleep there. And it was the fucking scariest thing, and I could not sleep. I had to like have the light on, and it was just like, nope, this is not okay. It was so scary. Ooh. Ooh, and unnecessary. I didn't have that job very long. It was also stressful because it's like I had to be, like I was the only person there during the nighttime. That's why I had to be there, which is borderline illegal, because I'm pretty sure you're supposed to have a nurse there all the time, and I'm not a nurse. But so like if anybody called needing help or something, I had to wake up, and it's just like, how can you sleep when you know you have to be awake, like at the drop of a hat? It was so bad. I was so sleep deprived. It was so terrible. Anyway, and there was no internet either, so it was cool. It was great. Okay. Oh yeah, I just thought of that because they were talking about the servants talking about ghost stories and people wandering in the middle of the night and stuff. Because they would have to have, you know, they would stay there and stuff. So, and a big mansion and stuff would have been pretty unnecessary. That they might actually be somewhere around here. Sounds like one of those devil's proofs Rudolph's always talking about. Huh, funny you should mention it. It might be possible to prove that there's a 19th person, but it's impossible to prove that a 19th person doesn't exist. Should we continue this discussion under the assumption that there's a person named Beatrice hiding somewhere on this island? That's a good plan, from the perspective of risk management. It's probably much more prudent to say she might exist, rather than saying she couldn't exist. I see. Sorry, I was a bit careless. Rosa-san, sorry for laughing just now. Huh? It's fine. I don't mind. Is she always this timid in previous chapters? Hideyoshi apologized deeply for taking the worst-case scenario lightly, despite calling himself the president of the company. Okay. She had a shotgun in previous chapters. Yes. Silence fell again. Yes. So I guess it's just this chapter then. Silence fell again. Preparing for the existence of a 19th person would mean, in effect, acknowledging the presence of some unknown person hidden on this island. And since this person might be planning something shady, it was only natural that the conversation would turn in an ominous direction. In the past, Father would sometimes suddenly disappear without telling anyone where he went. After all, he's a man who values silence. Wouldn't have been out of the ordinary for him to shut himself up in some library room after purposefully not telling anyone where he was going. It's nice that we got some background information on Klaus, because now I have a better voice to give him, because before it was just like, oh, he's a man, just like everybody else, give him just a man voice. Now I can be more kind of like, I mean, I don't know if you can tell the difference. It feels like I'm saying it differently. Now I can be more like, now I can be like giving him like a, oh, I'm a dick voice instead. Is good. Background information is good. Anyway. However, when the witch theory was slowly refined into the theory about his mistress, people eventually whispered that he was secretly going back and forth to see her. Mum was totally paranoid in her last years. She'd sometimes suddenly start making a fuss, asking the servants to start looking for Dad immediately because of some urgent situation. Yes, that did happen sometimes. Mother was always doing things like that in her later years, and that frightening atmosphere still hasn't gone away. I can say it for certain now. She was a person to be pitied. Yeah. So then, what happened with those large-scale searches of the house? Did they find anything? No. Father wasn't caught foolishly in the hidden room even once. Always, after a long time had passed, he would suddenly show up somewhere, and he'd say that he had taken a nap in some library room, or that the wind had summoned him to take a walk on the beach. But it was always some place where the servants had already looked. We never knew where Father had gone. Even at that time, Grandfather was famous for his occult inclinations, so some of the servants exaggerated, saying that he might have turned into butterflies and danced around the rose garden. So, in short, Father frequently disappeared and no one knew where he went. Yeah. I mean, yeah, my voice didn't crack at all. Since we couldn't find him no matter how much we looked inside the mansion, we got more and more sure that Dad might have been somewhere outside. But the area outside the mansion isn't large at all, which leaves only the forest. And if you tie that in with the legend of the witch, you get a theory like this. Father actually built a hidden mansion somewhere in the forest, inside of which a mistress by the name of Beatrice lived, and he sometimes went to see her to have sex and stuff. I was also young at the time. I was so eager to find where Father was having his affair that at one time I followed him when he went outside. Of course it was a failure. He was just going outside to pee in the bushes. Every time Father went out, he was oddly intent on avoiding places where he might be seen, and was extremely careful to prevent anyone from spotting him, because he wanted to pee in the bushes, and he was extraordinarily earnest in his attempts to do so. But that actually made me sure he must have been going out for some reason that the members of his family couldn't know about. And that'd be going to see his mistress. Probably trying to avoid being seen. After seeing Hideyoshi nod and say yes, yes, as though this was quite obvious, Eva got a little sullen. Well, anyway, this island was like a sketchbook in which Father, with his Western obsession, could draw out all of his dreams. Everything about this island was exactly how Father wanted it. It wouldn't be odd at all if there was a hidden mansion somewhere for his mistress to live in. Eva's words spoke for what all of the siblings had come to think. For a while, the room returned to silence again, and everyone listened to the sound of the wind and rain. Pee in the butcher sounds like a euphemism. Was there a hidden mansion on this? Oh my god. Was there a hidden mansion on this island? And had Kinzo's mistress been living there and hiding for a long, long time? Everyone thought they were being too suspicious, and they hesitated for a long time without thinking. Now I can't get the image out of my head. But everyone shared a common opinion. Kiria, who had been listening the whole time with her eyes closed, spoke to no one in particular, and therefore looked insane, because she's like talking with her eyes closed. Okay. How long has this rumor about Father's mistress been around? I'm going to sneeze in a second. As soon as we moved to this island about 30 years ago. After all, it probably would have been impossible for him to have a hidden mansion built while we were here. Oh, 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. People in his materials would have to be going in and out. It would have been exposed quickly. Oh, I was blowing my nose. So if it was possible that it happened before we moved here, I don't know who's talking anymore. It probably could have been built along with this mansion when we were still living in Ottawa. I thought they said, Ottawa. Since father had to set up a double life with his family and his mistress, it's probably reasonable to assume that he had it all planned from the beginning. And his relationship with that mistress probably went back to the days when we lived in Ottawa. Probably. If, as father says, she's the source of the vast amount of gold he used to gain the funds that resurrected the Ushurumia family, we could probably conclude that they had a close relationship since Ottawa. A relationship trusting enough for her to lend him a vast quantity of gold. Can't even imagine how old that relationship must have been. Perhaps father gave her some kind of valuable advice for succeeding in business. It's natural to think that, out of a sense of gratitude for that, this person gave father the gold. If you think about it that way, it's obvious that they would have a close relationship after that. Rather than a festering relationship with a mistress, it was probably a relationship of gratitude to the person who saved the Usurumi family from its crisis. I don't know if what Natsuki-san's saying has a ring of truth to it or not, but even in that case, isn't building a hidden mansion and having her live in it going a bit too far? Doesn't that mean they felt something a bit more than gratitude? Well, this is all just speculation. In the first place, no one's ever found that hidden mansion. Aniki, you were planning on expanding this island into a resort, right? As you were doing that, you didn't manage to stumble on it by chance, did you? Maybe you even bumped into some gold there too. Do you think Rokkenjima is Treasure Island or something? Don't play dumb. We know that although you say you're opening a resort, you have really been planning to investigate the entire island, right? Judging by all that trouble and confusion we were talking about earlier, you haven't been very successful, have you? I don't know what you're talking about, but it's a misunderstanding. Isn't it perfectly natural that investigating this island would be the first step in turning it into a resort? Kraus tried to play dumb. But it was plainly obvious to his siblings who knew him so well. Kraus was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion. And under the pretense of opening a resort, he had been closely investigating the island, searching for clues to the location of the hidden gold. They couldn't tell whether that conviction was just him overthinking things, or whether it was based on some physical proof. Still, if Kraus, with all his guile, was sure, there was enough proof for the other siblings to be sure too. The story about a witch living in a forest is obviously a fairy tale, but the story about some blonde-haired girl living secretly in a mansion no one knows about in the middle of the forest isn't much better. That's right. That really would be just like a fairy tale. You like those, don't you, Rosa? Huh? Well, when the mansion was, when the mansion was built on this island, father was at the height of his prosperity. With his money, he could probably obtain anything, make any of his wild imaginings real. A mansion in the forest where a witch quietly waits. Sounds like the kind of situation father would like. Doesn't it? Like something from the occult or a fairy tale. Feels like dad's kind of hobby. On this island, on which the Ushurumi family had lived for 30 years now, a hidden mansion that no one knew about had been quietly built to house a witch, about whom nothing was known except what could be guessed from a portrait. Even this hastily thrown together theory might not be completely delusional, considering all of Kinzo's strange habits and his vast wealth. It might not have been impossible for father to build a hidden mansion to satisfy his dreams. However, let's be realistic. Would it be possible to house his beloved woman in that hidden mansion for decades without it becoming inconvenient? Well, if there was love, it could have been doable, right? Think of the facilities needed to let his beloved woman live healthily, and in a way that would satisfy father. For example, even if it was on a small scale, it would have to be an intricate and pleasant residence. then it would probably need to have electricity, gas, and running water maintained, as well as some people to see to her needs. That's not what I thought she was going to say. I don't know why my mind went there, but sure. I think it's because there was the ... so it was my brain just filled in the blank. It's like, well, we'll need to have a dungeon. Even cooking would be quite difficult. She would need clothes and makeup. Can I stop accidentally hitting things? Thank you. The daily necessities. The needs of a woman aren't simple. Would it be possible to maintain all of that without any of the family or the servants noticing? The needs of anyone isn't simple, but sure. When you say it that way, it sure sounds like a weak point in our theory. But that isn't enough to get rid of my feeling that Dad might have been able to do it anyway. After all, it's Dad we're talking about. That's right. It's our father. If father wanted to succeed in an endeavor, he would succeed no matter what. Saying that something would be difficult for a normal person, therefore impossible, doesn't apply when it comes to father. Indeed. You should never underestimate father. Father's madness can't be understood by normal people. I wouldn't put it past that, Kinzo. As long as you stick to this phrase, a considerable amount of credibility can dwell in any absurd story. However, that didn't cause the importance of what Kiria had said to waver. This was different from stealthily raising a kitten in a cardboard box and keeping it a secret from your parents. What the fuck? Can people not raise kittens in boxes, please? Jesus. Okay, is that a thing? Taking care of a person in secret over a period of 30 years would be an incalculably massive task. After all, Father's Legend of the Gold started before he gained possession of Rokkenjima. That'd mean his relationship with his mistress was over 30 years long. How old? I was going to say, yeah, which would make her really fucking old. How old would that make her? In the worst case, it could be as long as us or older, right? By that age, the body starts to break down. I don't care what the mansion's like. I wouldn't use the word agreeable to describe living in a place where people's eyes can't reach, almost like she was under house arrest. That's right. If what Father told us about Beatrice is true, then that relationship had lasted for over 30 years. She might have been a charming young woman at the time, but it probably makes sense to assume she's an old bag like us now. You guys aren't that old, but okay. I can easily imagine that, given the contents of that letter. You should talk. Kraus laughed as if none of this applied to him. Because he's a fucking moron. Of course, Eva was offended, but she didn't strike back. Quit it, Aniki. So if everything we're thinking's true, then she should be joining in on Dad's inheritance problem with her head held high. After all, it's a good chance their love was mutual, unlike with Mum. Even if she knows she's his mistress, she might also be proud to be his true wife. That is an insult to Mother. Yeah, sorry. However, everyone knows that it was a political marriage decided on by the elders among his relatives. Because of that, it definitely wouldn't be strange for Dad to have a mistress. The family sank after the Great Kanto earthquake, and his father was set up as the Ushirimiya family head against his will. However, in the beginning, the elder relatives treated Kinzo like a dummy and influenced him powerfully, almost like he was a puppet. He wasn't permitted to decide anything by himself, not even his marriage partner. Terrible. Ever since he met that Golden Witch Beatrice in those distant days, Kinzo's legend of the gold was quickly embellished into something dramatic. In other words, it could mean that Kinzo really did find a woman he loved. If she also knew the whole story, even if they weren't marriage partners, it wouldn't have been odd for her to consider herself his true wife inside her heart. And now, the person registered as his true wife was already dead. Yes. Which means she might feel confident staking her claim, not just for the rights to his assets, but regarding the battle over the headship too. Actually, the stream has caught up to me, so that's good. I see. I mean, like, it's not that far behind now. I'm starting to see the purpose of that letter. The headship goes to the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph. Is that what it means? Even if that mistress was added into the family ranking system, she isn't a direct relative of father, so should be inferior even to the children. In other words, should be one step below Rosa in rank. Rosa. That wouldn't be a good position to enter the battle for the headship from. I see. So that's it. If someone can solve the witch's riddle, they'll get the headship regardless of rank. In other words, it's the most advantageous condition Beatrice could possibly get, since she's got no chance otherwise. The revival of the Ushirimiya family was made possible by the gold Beatrice had bestowed. That was quite a distinguishing service she had provided. She had built that wealth together with Kinzo, so it was natural that she would think of herself as the one who should inherit it. It would also be natural for her to despise the thought of giving it up to the children of the wife Kinzo never loved. How could she be so impudent? Even if such a mistress actually exists, joining in on the battle for the rights to the head's inheritance would be a reckless action far above her place. What Thought I heard someone. What disregard for her own position. Natsuhi turned red, her fist quivering. She had also come into the Ushirimiya register due to complicated circumstances. Those who knew that understood more or less why she was so angry for the sake of Kinzo's dead wife. Well, thanks to that reckless action of hers, we all have an even chance now, right? Father has even given it his silent approval. Will the person who succeeds the Ushirimiya family be his Mistress Beatrice, or one of us, the relatives he doesn't love? That's so terrible. Maybe he wants to make us struggle over that to see who's worthy. As Eva giggled roguishly, Kraus shrugged his shoulders and looked away. Hey Google, what does roguishly mean? Oh, I spelled it right. Adjective pertaining to, characteristic of, or acting like a rogue. Oh, so it is rogue. Oh, I just thought it was weird that it was... Oh, because it's like rogue-ish. Okay, I see. Alright. I was wondering why there was an I there. Okay, anyway. As Eva giggled, roguishly, Kraus shrugged his shoulders and looked away. She smelled like Bannon. Oh, I think I had a dream about him last night, actually. However, since she's the one who brought this rule to light in the first place... Actually, no. I had I didn't have a dream about him. I had a dream about, what is his name? The other guy. O'Brien. I had a dream about him going, Mr. Bohannon. There was like a discussion, I think you were there, Inkling. It was like a discussion about why, like whether or not you should call him Mr. Bohannon, or Bohannon was calling him Mr. something, whatever his name is, and that was a thing. I don't know, it was a dream that had no, like, what is the point of this dream? However, since she's the one who brought this rule to light in the first place, maybe that means it gives her a significant advantage. That's right. In the first place, if Beatrice meant that letter literally, then she's Father's alchemist. In other words, she's the manager of his gold. Wouldn't be strange at all if she knew where it was hidden, would it? Isn't that harsh? It's like she's giving us a riddle she knows the answer to. I don't know who's talking. Why'd the music change? She'll probably show up rudely, say, hey, here's the answer, I'll take the headship now, and snatch everything away from us. What is this music? This is different, isn't it? That's right. It's almost like Final Fantasy VIII music. The person who brings up a riddle always knows the answer. There's a good chance that this is all a trap to steal everything from us. If you think about it like that, don't you start to doubt whether she really had any gold in the first place? Why would she tell us about it? All she has to do is keep quiet and embezzle it. Yeah, Galbadia music, yes. It really is strange. That certainly was the case. If the epitaph showed the way to the hidden gold, why would she challenge them to try and solve it? That's what I was wondering. If they actually did solve it, wouldn't the gold all be stolen from her? Could it be that this person was trying to stir the siblings up so they'd solve the epitaph and then plan to steal it away at the last second? There's an extremely logical possibility. Is it Spock? Is it? No. Okay, never mind. Kiria-san says no. If you spin the chessboard around, there might be a pretty good chance that they actually do have the gold. Why are you so certain? Wait, Aniki. Kiria, please keep talking. Why do you think that? After all, did they really think we'll let go of the Ushirimiya family headship? Just because someone tells us the answer to the riddle in the witch's epitaph? That we'll be so impressed by their answer that we'll just give up? Well, that's true. No way they're so naive that they assumed we'd just give up after being told the answer to a riddle. They would just say, here you go, and hand it over. She just said that. You didn't have to say it again. Of course. The headship of the Ushirimiya family is not something that can be handed over so easily. That's it exactly. No matter how Beatrice might want... oh, and now the lampshade is talking. That's it exactly. No matter how Beatrice might one-sidedly propose a game like this, even if she were to spectacularly show us the answer, there's no way we'd obediently hand over the headship. In other words, unless she has a compelling force in the form of challenging us to a game with the equal conditions for us all... Sorry, trying to readjust... This won't truly count as a game. You're right. Unless the losers have no choice but to give up on the headship because of a compelling force, this won't really count as a game. And what might this compelling force be? Would they bind us in chains and threaten us into handing over their headship? I see. I get it. They just have to do something to make us want to give up the headship willingly. Yes, I see. To do that, Beatrice would have to own 10 tons of gold. I see. I get it too. Yeah, I totally get it, and I'm not pretending. In other words, it's a trade? Oh, he did know. Just kidding. Huh? What do you mean? Oh, excuse me, I didn't scroll up. A trade? Trade what? The Ushirimiya family headship for the hidden gold. Beatrice surely plans to tell us the location of the 10 tons of gold and use that as a bribe to gain the Ushirimiya family headship. I like the idea that it's a lampshade talking, and the lampshade is just like stirring up trouble. It's just like adding fuel to the fire. It's like, hey, what about this? It's just so bored. Nothing ever happens. It just has to sit there watching people eat food, talk all the time. Ridiculous! Ridiculous! They want to trade the headship of the glorious Ushirimiya family for money? That's blasphemy! Blasphemy against the Ushirimiya family. Please listen without getting mad. About how much wealth does this glorious Ushirimiya family have right now? Are we really that affluent? The definition of affluence is not dependent on property. It is about heart. Our financial situation has nothing to... Kraus interrupted Natsuhi as she started to go on and on emotionally. In this situation, the more she went on like that, the worse it would actually sound. Me aside, I hear your current situations are quite unfavorable. Imagine being married to this guy. I feel so sorry for Natsuhi. Fuck. Terrible. Oh, really? I've heard that your financial situation's really bad, too. Offering up more and more as collateral for new money to gamble with. Repeatedly dabbling in new gambles, unable to accept your losses. If we count what's going on behind the scenes, you're in even bigger financial straits than the rest of us. Just how much money have you lost, Nissan? You have no talent. Who are you saying has no talent? And what do you mean, financial straits? Natsuhi became indignant once more, but Klaus raised his hand again and interrupted her. Welcome to the stream, Giganon. Oh, yes, very good timing. Oh, thank you for watching. It seems you are making a small mistake. Business is not something that can be judged based on current progress alone. For someone with a long-term outlook on business such as myself, I know everything. It may sometimes appear at a glance that I have suffered significant short-term losses. Aniki, we've been collecting evidence. Your position right now isn't one to be proud of. So this is what Kitty is trying to say. Every one of us has got money trouble, and Beatrice has 10 tons of gold. As the only person who knows the location of the 10 tons of gold, Beatrice is planning on using it to force us to sell the headset. About how much is 10 tons of gold worth? I have no idea who's talking. At a rough estimate, let's say 2 billion yen? No, 20 billion yen. But that much piled up, we'd be ecstatic to accept her as the successor. I love that this game just goes on and on and on and on. I'm not being sarcastic. I really, because it's so good. I love it. Ooh. The scene returned to silence. In fact, the rain and wind felt even noisier now. It's quite incredible because you would think that this game, how the story just kind of repeats itself and everything is overly explained 1,000 times and everybody says the same thing over and over. You would think it would get really old and boring really quickly, but it just doesn't. And I don't really know why. It's just like somehow it works. I guess because of the premise, but like it's still just kind of, I don't know. It just works so well for this game. There's something about how they do it is just really, I don't know, maybe because there's like these subtle changes or something. Yeah, I don't know. It's impressive because it would be really easy to make it be boring and just be like, oh my god, we're doing it again, can we please get to the end? But it's not really about the end. It's more just about, I don't know, like the different arcs and stuff. Just, oh, it's good. Anyway, the scene returned to silence. In fact, the rain and wind felt even noisier now. It was probably the sound of the windstorm racing through the insides of their minds. Changes really make it interesting, always learning new things. Yeah, and like learning new things about the characters too, even if they like act quite differently in each arc. Like it's just, they feel very, not well-rounded, but like really fleshed out. Like they really feel like, not just like, oh, they're characters, but like they actually almost feel like people because they have these, I guess because they react differently in the different arcs slightly, but they're still true to themselves. But it's kind of like, I think the dialogue is also quite realistic. I mean, well, obviously it's not totally realistic because people generally don't go, yelling at each other and stuff if they, but it's kind of like the way that they, it's kind of like with Squall's thoughts in Final Fantasy VIII, like as annoying as it is to read, that is how people think or how they talk or whatever. It's like, and especially if you're emotionally charged or you're upset or whatever, then you generally don't, you don't talk like it's a script because you don't prepare first. You just say whatever you're thinking or say, or like whatever. So it feels realistic in that way as well, which is nice because it's like, yeah, they are saying the same thing over and over, and they are like whenever Battler gets upset, he's like, and this thing, and then he repeats it again, and then but repeating the same thing again, like he just kind of like, it's like he goes through this process of trying to understand the things by constantly going over and over and over the things, and it's just, it's nice because that's how it works in real life. But it's interesting that it's not annoying and it's not boring, because there are certain There are some like plays and stuff that have done that, like Waiting for Godot does that. Well, actually, no, Waiting for Godot is just like gibberish, but where it can be a little bit like, okay, this is too realistic and now it's boring, but this kind of like has a good balance and it's nice. Anyway, oh, what is this? Oh, why was that hidden? That's weird. So here you go. Knowing everyone is a piece of shit is quite thrilling. Yes. Yeah, and like everyone is likable and hateable at the same time, except for Kraus. He is quite the piece of shit. But like everyone else has, they like have a good side and a bad side. But it's not like black and white over who's good and who's bad. It's good. Oh, it's refreshing and it's nice, and I just like never get sick of this game. It's like a good book. Anyway, in fact, the rain and wind felt even noisier now. It was probably the sound of the windstorm racing through the insides of their minds. Yes. This isn't funny. To think we'd give up the headship to some woman of doubtful origin just because she had a little money stored up. Don't be stupid. The headship wasn't even yours in the first place, right? We got nothing to lose and money to gain. We'll have to calculate our profit and loss, but it's something worth listening to. Is Higurashi also a virtual novel? Wait, I mean visual novel, not virtual novel. Yeah. I think I've asked this before. I imagine that as a visual novel would get quite some reactions out of me. Yes. They knew that Kraus had eaten up much of the Usuromiya family's assets, so it was dregs that remained of that inheritance, versus the cost of being accepted as the head that Beatrice would pay. It was a shame, but honestly, the former was less enticing than the latter. Well, it probably wouldn't end up as 4 equal portions. Since Aniki would be given up his position of successor, his portion would have to be larger. Makes me feel kind of jealous, you know? Dear, the amount of money isn't the problem, right? And your cowardly younger siblings are trying to sell the glory of the Usuromiya family for money, don't you see? Why aren't you displaying your dignity as the oldest son? Did I marry the wrong one? Natsuhi, stay quiet for a while. Oh, that's rude. Is Higurashi a good virtual novel? Or do you think this one would be better? Ah, okay. I remember more of the Higurashi anime than I remember of the Umineko anime. I think everything I remembered from Umineko has now happened in this game already. Well, there might be maybe one scene. But I don't remember what was said in it. I can just see the visuals. Yeah. But I still don't really remember this much of the story of Higurashi. Anyway, Natsu, stay quiet for a while. Dear? Her face. I love her face. This is a dizzying proposal. We were each planning on getting 250 million yen out of Aniki. If the witch treats us with 10% of those 10 tons, that's 2 billion. I'll be your calculator, dear. That's why you married me. Right. Yes. Thank you. That'd mean she's treating us with 10 times our original goal. That alone would be more than enough for us. It's not like I've got any attachment to the Usuromiya name. I'd be happy to sell it off. Even if 10 tons is a slightly optimistic figure. Yes, it'd still be a fascinating prospect for us. We were trying to form an alliance among the siblings to kick this outsider called Beatrice out. But if this is her plan... it'll tear apart the unity between us. Yeah, by this point we can state it clearly. The goal of Beatrice's letter was to disturb our alliance. If the three younger siblings, who never had anything to do with the inheritance, were paid enough money to satisfy them, they would happily accept Beatrice as the next head. A moat had been dug all around Kraus. In that case, the negotiations would be one-on-one between her and Kraus. He tried to look strong, but Kraus's financial and political situation was extremely weak. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside, he was considering entering negotiations, depending on the sum of money involved. I feel like you know what I just said about the characters feeling realistic and stuff? I feel like I say that every stream. In order to bury his losses, Kraus had taken advantage of the fact that Kinzo had shut himself up in his room and had embezzled Kinzo's personal assets. Therefore, when Kinzo died and the inheritance was distributed, Kraus's situation would probably be investigated. But if he gave up his seat as the head to Beatrice, she would also receive rights to the assets, and as a result, the distribution of the inheritance to the siblings would not occur. In other words, Kraus's embezzlement might not have to be made known to the other siblings. Of course, the siblings were frightened of Kinzo, but it was doubtful whether they still actually respected him as a father. By this time, they each had their own families, their own wealth, and their own lives. If they were paid enough money in exchange for Rokkenjima, the wreckage of Kinzo's dreams, there was a significant likelihood that they'd relinquish the Ushiramiya family name. So it would all work out for everyone. When you're done with this one, like in the far future, this game is so long. The House in Fata Morgana was a really good virtual novel. Oh, really? You should add it to my game request list. It should be in the description. In other words, Beatrice's victory was already guaranteed in this game. Not as the winner of Beatrice's game, but as the winner of Kinzo's game. Well, there's like a whole nother game. So this one goes to episode 4. These are the question arcs, and then there's a whole other game that is the answer arcs. So whatever that means. So I don't want to know. But we're more than halfway through this game, but through the whole thing, we're less than halfway. We're like a quarter of the way through. Well, welcome to the stream, Strom Dynasty. In other words, Beatrice's victory was already guaranteed in this game. Oh yes, I read this already. Kinzo once ordered that the epitaph be put on display, and until today, no one had solved it. So, Beatrice solved it. In other words, this is less of a game, and more like Beatrice's declaration of victory. Ooh, there's a new one coming out? Ooh, what is Secogna? What does that mean? Ooh, that's exciting. I didn't know there was a new one. We're on Umineko, prisoner of Roketsu. However, Kiria still thought there might be a catch. If this was a declaration of victory, Beatrice would only have had to display the gold openly and state her intent to buy the inheritance. I think this game would be fun to do an essay on. All the symbolism of like who dies in each arc and why they die and what that means. Because Kiria dies, so far Kiria has died in every arc. Well, whatever. In the first 2 arcs, Kiria has died. So... But, like, she's the one that's smart and is all talking about the chessboard and all that stuff. So I wonder if there's a reason for that. Interesting. Or you could, like, do an essay on how, on, like, the musicology of the game and how the music symbolizes certain things and... Ooh. Anyway, if this was a declaration of victory, Beatrice would only have had to display the gold openly, state her intent to buy, or you can just play the game, I guess, and state her intent to buy the inheritance. I just think it would be fun to analyze. And yet, she had got, especially because it's a mystery, and there's just like little, like, we've been drip fed whatever throughout the whole game, so it'd be kind of interesting enough. But anyway, you could write a master's thesis on it. And yet, she had gone to all of this trouble telling the siblings to try and solve the epitaph. Why did she set up this new game where she agreed to hand over all of the gold and inheritance to the epitaph solver? That means stalk. Yes, stalk. Kiria tried spinning the chessboard around several times. Oh, you mean Sakogna means stalk. I see. Okay. I thought you were saying the music means stalk. I thought you were being funny. She searched for the sort of ideal strategy Beatrice might be after, something that could lead to this kind of thinking. In the end, she reached a single conclusion. She concluded that her tie was pinned too tight to her chest. And it was uncomfortable as fuck. No? Do you want to continue? There we go. Could it be arrogance? Or maybe she's playing. What are you talking about? The witch... Oh, her face. The witch sent us a letter of challenge, forcing us to try and solve the epitaph. She might be taking us lightly, thinking we could never solve it. However, at the very least, there ought to be an extremely small chance that we do solve it. After all, we have here four of Father's children by blood, right? The questioner called together 4 blood relatives who, if they tried frantically to work together and avoid having avoid having those assets stolen from them, might come across the answer of the riddle by chance. The reason the witch had a superior position in negotiations compared to the siblings was that only she knew the location of the hidden gold. But if that hiding place was exposed to someone other than her, the witch's advantage would crumble. In short, Beatrice gains nothing but risk by writing this witch's letter of challenge. Of course, it might have had the effect of splitting apart the siblings' alliance, but if that was her only goal, why would she take this risk, however slight it might be? That seems reckless to me. But if we keep in mind a certain type of emotion, that risk becomes comprehensible. You know what I don't understand? People in things have this on their arm, but how do you keep it there? Like, I can't even roll up my sleeves and have them stay there. How can, that must be on so tight for it to not shift down. I mean, it would have to shift down because your arm gets smaller. Does she have a really fat elbow or something? Anyway. Or maybe it's just attached to maybe it's sewn on to the blazer. This is possible. That risk becomes comprehensible. Oh, you just said that. Yes. Yeah, maybe. Don't question anatomy, you fool. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're not wrong. And you're saying it's arrogance? Yes, that's right. When people have an overwhelming advantage, they tend to get arrogant. And when they do, they turn into a rabbit, and then the turtle wins the race. I mean the tortoise, sorry. They want to show off that advantage to the losers, so they sometimes take on small risks. A moderate amount of risk adds a little spice to the joy of victory. It'll be boring to them without any risk. Plus, they're an anime villain. Ah, yes, I understand. I like that kind of thing too. Yeah, I understand it well. Do you? Okay. I thought of a few plausible explanations for the true motive behind Beatrice's letter, but I think this really might be the truth. The emotion hidden behind that letter was arrogance. It's like trying to figure out how Cloudstrife swings a 100-pound sword around like a twig. But have you seen his arm muscles? The emotion hidden... yes. Arrogance. She's trying to throw her weight around, looking down on us, as if there's no way we could figure out such a difficult epitaph. It might even be possible, it's surprising that the epitaph wasn't written by Father, but by her. Imagine trying to paint this painting. You'd need a ladder. Or you'd put it on the floor and paint it like that. How? How is that a thing? I actually don't really understand how people used to paint people back in the day. You know how there was no cameras or whatever, and so they painted instead. It's just how the fuck do people paint that well? I guess there are people who do, but like having to find one in every city. But I guess the photographers of today would have been the painters of the old days. But still, it's crazy. Like, it's quite I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know how people. I just, because I can't draw, so I just don't understand how that's a thing people can do. It's amazing that people can do it. I just don't. It just kind of doesn't compute with me. Anyway. Sounds great. Solve the riddle of the epitaph, she says. I like how I make this game 1,000 times longer than it would otherwise have been. So it's even longer. Obviously I'm doing it on purpose. Just takes practice. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah. I guess it's similar, because people were like, oh, I could never learn a language, blah blah blah, and I'm like, you learnt your first language, didn't you? Yes, you can. But yes. Yeah. If only I solved it, I would be made the head, right? I'll solve it. I'll accept the witch's challenge. As if those other idiot siblings could solve it. I'll solve it by myself, and then I'll prove that I'm the one who's fit to succeed the Usurumiya family. I do wish I could draw, because sometimes there's like stuff in my head that I'm just like, man, I wish I could put that on paper. Because it's like, it's hard to describe with words or something, so it's like, ugh, wish I could just draw it a little less. Or paint it, whatever. Not that I'm like some kind of, like, there's an art genius inside my head. It's more like, if I'm trying to describe like a situation or something to somebody and I'm like, ugh, I wish I could just draw this. That would be easier. But anyway, I'll solve it by myself, and then I'll prove that I'm the one who's fit to succeed the Usurumiya family. I wish I could play an instrument, but I'm too lazy to learn. Aww. It's quite, I think it's quite difficult, especially these days, to justify learning a new skill that's not going to make you any money. Like, when you learn something as a kid, you just do it because your parents told you to, or whatever your teacher tells you to, or you have an interest in it and you don't give a shit about money because you're a kid. But as an adult, I think it's really difficult to have the motivation to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna spend the time that I could be spending playing Final Fantasy XIV on learning the skill that, what does this bring me? Like, it can be difficult, and it sucks. Because we're so just like, oh, money is everything, or I must pay the bills, and then I must have my off time relaxing, not going to school, or whatever, so... It's kind of sad. It'd be kind of nice to do more days in the... more days in the week, or more hours in the day, or... something. That's not how the world works. Anyway, I'll take that challenge. I will solve the riddle. I will solve the riddle. Of course, learning something brings its own happiness and whatever, but... yeah, I can understand how it's difficult to make that decision today. I see. Oh, sorry. I see. So she's not a witch, but a mistress named Beatrice who lived on the island. So there can be more than 18 people. Which means I can defeat the line of reasoning that says any crime impossible for all 18 people must involve magic. That's a big scoop. Oh yes, this guy. Pardon me, Battler-sama. Would you like some black tea and cookies? Beata's butler, who called himself Ronove, appeared out of nowhere. A plate set on a silver tray that he held was filled with delicious-looking steaming black tea and cookies. Oh, sounds good. Well, I prefer white tea, but, well, you know, milk tea. Milk in my tea. I did spend time learning English so that I could play many games never translated in my language. Yeah, true, true. Oh, I didn't realize English wasn't your first language. What is your first language? That's a good reason to learn Japanese as well. To be able to enjoy things that aren't translated, especially things like stage plays, and musicals and stuff, which are not always translated, or at least like the backstage stuff isn't translated, or just like movies that other people haven't fan translated or whatever. It can be nice to, yeah, it's good for that. Not that I speak Japanese fluently, but watching that stuff really like helps that, like increases my Japanese. Ah, French is your first language. That's different. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, Japanese is a totally different language family, so it makes sense. It does take a bit more discipline. What was I gonna say? I get a lot of people who speak German on my channel, but not French. Is it like French or is it Canadian French? I don't like this guy. I mean, yeah, that Quebecois. Anyway, I really don't like this guy's smile. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet a guest. Why'd you say excuse me? What? What did I say? Ah, French. It feels like he's mocking me somehow. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot. Or... Oh, you're from... Oh, that's even more interesting. Ah, from Switzerland. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot or if it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me. Does that mean you speak... No, wait. Do they speak German in Switzerland? Yes, because there's Swiss German, isn't there? And isn't it all... Oh, wait, am I thinking of Australian? Australian. Oh my god. Or am I thinking of Austrian German? No, I think I'm thinking of Swiss German, because isn't it all like melodic and stuff compared to German? Why this face? Oh, I see. So it's kind of like Finn speaking Swedish, having to learn Swedish. Why this face? What did I say? I didn't say fake French, did I? No. I said Canadian French. And then I said Quebecois. Do you speak French? Inkling. Canadian French. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot or if it's just a joke or something. It's really irritating me. I don't need any. I'm busy now. Leave me alone. Oh my. Such a shame. And the cookies were so delicious too. Cooked so wonderfully they would be wasted on a mere human. I'll eat some when I feel like it. Just set it down somewhere and get out of here. Will that be acceptable? Then I shall do so. You may eat them when they get cold and stale and then regret to the fullest that you did not eat them while they were fresh. You really are annoying. Look at his face! Look at his beautiful face. Well, you're a lot better than that beard though who keeps doing that creepy cackle right next to my ear. Yes, that is quite true. There are times when milady's laughter becomes quite undignified. Every time I hear it, I find it painful to comprehend why such a noble demon as myself must serve such a master. What was that? No, madame. Oh, the stream, Madam Daniels. Earlier than usual. Oh, you mean day-wise? Yes, my new stream day is now Friday. Or Saturday if you're in New Zealand. Ronovo is Cassius' bright brother. Look at this magnificent stash. Man, you're weird. If you don't like it, then couldn't you just not work for her? And yet, to continue serving is furniture's joy. If we do not serve, we would hardly be furniture. Setting that aside, how has the game been proceeding? Just now you seem to have found some useful information that quite pleased you. Well now, I wonder what your shallow wit has conjured up. As Ronove mocked me and giggled, he followed my earlier word literally and placed the black tea and cookies in a random spot nearby. He looks like old Noctis, to be honest. He does. Oh my god, he does a little bit. Yes. So you mean earlier in the week? I see, not earlier in the day. Yes, yeah. So my new stream day is now Friday because streaming on a Sunday makes it a Monday for me, which first of all kind of messes up with any work that I would be doing, and also because my mum works near me, so she likes to come over for lunch and stuff, so it wouldn't work very well. I'd be distracted and I would be constantly like, oh my god, is mum gonna walk in and I'm doing the stream and stuff, so the weekend is better for me. But I can't stream on a day that would be Sunday for me because that's when Octiggy streams, so we have to do it today. I hope that is okay with everyone. I know it's really late for Europe because I'm streaming like after at least half of North America gets home from work, so yeah, I don't know if that, but then again it's a Friday, so I don't know. Anyway, in any case, it appears you are now more confident in the existence of a 19th person, yes? Would you be gracious enough to allow me to hear your opinion? Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna say it again in front of Beato anyway. No reason to hide it. Basically, it looks like there's a hidden mansion somewhere on this island and that grandfather had his mistress living there. So the question that's been torturing me about whether there are 18 or 19 people can be easily resolved. You have driven yourself into a corner because of the dead end that you yourself have created. Even though you deny the witch, Battler Summer, you hold a double standard and refuse to accept that the culprit is one of the 18. The easiest way to deny the witch would be to suspect one of the 18. It isn't easy to gather alibis for every one of them. You always find at least one person with a fragile alibi. I could probably continue to deny the witch forever if I just used that person as a scapegoat. However, I refuse to do that. It's useless. It's all useless. Every one of those 18 people is either a parent, a relative, or a cousin to me. And those reliable servants are sometimes serious and sometimes fun to be with. I wouldn't let myself use any one of them as a scapegoat. In the past, my resolve wavered. That's how Beato hit me where my heart was weak. Accepting and understanding one's own weaknesses. It is not something that can often be accomplished. Battler Summer, you use this theory about a 19th person as a spear. Or should I say, shield. In any event, in contrast to how unprepared you were in the previous games, the fact that you now have a compass bearing on how to fight is a dramatic leap forward, let us say. With this, you can suspect a 19th person and pursue your theory that the culprit is a human, without having to doubt any of the 18 you love and respect. That's it exactly. Like in the first game, when Kanokun was killed in the boiler room, there were plenty of tricks I could have mentioned without hesitation, as long as the 19th person existed. In the very first game, Kanokun was killed in the boiler room. One might think he was attacked by Kumasawa-san, who had gone down into the boiler room with him, or maybe that someone who had appeared to be dead earlier was actually faking and had ambushed him. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19th person existed, there was no longer any need to suspect one of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room. In short, I don't know why this keeps hiding your comments when you know there's There's 8 episodes. All you're wondering is how Butler will fuck up this time. Yes. In short, I can at least deny the line of reasoning saying that if something is impossible for every one of the 18, therefore the culprit is a witch. Using this argument, it's easy to explain, for example, the problematic case that has already occurred in this game. Who gave Maria the letter? Even if all 18 people have alibis, I could easily explain everything by saying that a 19th person must have... Oh, he's like talking just to himself. Oh well. Saying that a 19th person must have visited her and given her the letter. I'd say that's quite a good move. Now, how would I strike back against it? You still have plenty of weak points, even if you are aware of them. Maybe the 18-person attack would be an effective move. To judge the strength of your defense, it may be amusing to contest that point again. Then how will you do it, Demon Butler? Akumade. I believe it would be appropriate to ambush the piece representing this 19th person that you mentioned. Battler-sama, you've never met this 19th person, yes? Would you please show some proof that this 19th person exists? How naive. Of course I knew you'd probably try that move. My. Please respond to it. Witches and demons and the like. There's no more fitting move for you guys to use. It's one of those... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, hello. Devil proofs! What's this music? Scare the shit out of me. When you're trying to make some claim to humans like us, we always counterattack by telling you to show some proof, because that's a human move. But I'm fighting with a witch. I'm taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human. And some moves exist that can only be used in a game against a witch. They are cheap moves. And that's what this devil proof is. Because it's impossible in devil's proof. Because it's impossible to prove. Let's assume that there's a hidden mansion on the Rock Genjima, separate from the Usurame family mansion, and that a woman named Beatrice lives there. In order to prove this, one must find this mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. That's called actual proof in the human world. However, if we follow the rules of the devil's proof, you can't deny that she exists, even if there's no proof that she does. Because it's impossible to prove that something doesn't exist. That's right, I'm finally able to turn the tables using this devil's proof which tormented me so much before. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch with it. After all, it was physically impossible for me to show that any proof that witches don't exist and deny Beatrice's claims. That's why I kept getting hit with the reckless argument that witches do exist and was unable to counterattack. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now. If I can't disprove the existence of witches, then that means if I suggest that a 19th human exists, you can't deny that either. In other words, because this problematic and mysterious mistress is craftily hiding herself, it'd be perfectly natural if you've never found her, no matter how hard you looked. So, you can't say that your inability to find this 19th person proves that she doesn't exist. Therefore, it's impossible to deny the 19th person's existence. Beato used the devil's proof to make denying her own existence impossible, but this time it's become my weapon. Nice. If we can get away with this argument, then forget just a 19th person. This island could be full of people we don't know about, and even if there were 10 or 100 of them, she still couldn't deny that they existed. In the last game, and the one before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. It's really hard to imagine a single culprit setting up all of those. However, if not just a 19th person, but 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. If they all split up the work, they could handle any job in a short period of time. Of course, doubts will naturally arise as to whether a large group of people like that could sneak around the mansion without being noticed, but those are all settled by the devil's proof. You can't deny that even 100 people were there just because they weren't seen or noticed. Even though I'm saying it myself, it's just a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up. However, because it's such a dirty move, it's a perfect one to use against a witch. Well, this is just my imagination. But what if about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks were hiding in the shadows? Something like that's worse than laughable, almost like they're cockroaches. If you see one, it means there's 100 more hiding somewhere. Well, I do think it's a ridiculous argument that's horribly twisted. If my opponent were human, I'm sure they'd yell at me like I was out of my mind. but my opponent is a witch. And after all, that's the kind of competition we're having, isn't it? I'll use any kind of reckless argument to explain it using humans and deny the witch. Anyway, with this move, I won't have to doubt any of the 18 who are close to me again. I won't suffer a defeat like last time again. I see. You have learnt from your previous defeat. That is good. It's no surprise that you've become so devious now that you're in your third game. You first strengthen your own defense. That is truly a solid first step. Quite a spectacular move, I would say. Well, even if we do assume that there's a 19th person, there's still a few tricks left that I can't resolve, like the actual number of master keys, no matter how many humans I add. Still, it isn't bad as a first step, for the time being. Battler Summer. Your trump card is the important piece called the 19th person. You countered my move of asking me the proof was by using the devil's proof. A good skirmish. Although I must apologize for making a move by myself when Milady isn't here, I find that I too am growing slightly interested. I wonder if you will allow me to make yet another move on Milady's behalf. Let's have it. Oh, let's have it. I've got no shortage of opponents, be they witches or demons. This move you presented called the Devil's Proof. It's a specialty of us demons, but there are also various other moves available to us. Do you know of a move called Hempel's Raven? Sure I do. Hempel's Raven? What are you talking about? Oh! Yes. Just then, that enraging laugh I've heard so many times started echoing. The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the Golden Witch appeared. If it isn't Milady, good morning. I thought you might be doing something interesting while I was away. Hempel's Raven, was it? Such a familiar old move, I could almost laugh. To think the day has come when I get to show it off to Battler. It's a classic move to use against a Devil's Proof. Ah, God, her face. Run away, I will make this move. Do not get in the way of my fun. So, you've finally shown up, you guffawing witch. I see you're laughing like a freak just as usual. This guy was talking behind your back just now, telling me how undignified you look when you do that. Right? How rude. Is that true? Nonsense. Why would I speak such gossip about Milady, whom I regard with such sincere respect? I can't believe you'd say something so shameless. Doesn't look like we'll be getting along well together. Well, that is fine. Let us return to the point at hand. Hempel's Raven is used to show actual proof using the contrapositive. The what now? Hey Google, what does contrapositive mean? No, not country positive. Contrapositive. There you go. In logic, contraposition is an inference that says that a conditional statement is logically equivalent to its Wikipedia. Hold on. Logically what? Logically equivalent to its contrapositive. Wait, I don't want contraposition. The contrapositive of the statement has its antecedent and consequent inverted and flipped. The contrapositive of P to Q is thus Q to P. For instance, the proposition all cats are mammals can be restated as a conditional. If something is a cat, then it is a mammal. The law of contraposition says that statement is true if and only if it's contrapositive. If something's not a mammal, then it isn't. Okay, I'm not taking any of this in. Sure. Sure, whatever you say. In other words, it is a move like this. Oh, you're going to explain it. Okay, that's good. What must you do to prove that ravens are black? Huh? What are you talking about? Prove that ravens are black? Wouldn't you just have to catch a raven and check to see if it's black? That's right. You must simply prove that a raven equals black. Do you see that if you instead prove that birds that aren't black don't equal not... Wait, what? What? Wait, huh? You must simply prove that a raven equals black. Do you see that if you instead prove that birds that aren't black equals not ravens, you would reach the same argument? If you go throughout the world and examine all birds that are not ravens and prove that none of them are black, then as a result you can claim that therefore black birds are ravens. But surely there are birds that are black that aren't ravens. This is called an argument by the contrapositive. Is that too difficult for you? This is like an IQ test. I always sucked at IQ tests. I hate IQ tests, they're dumb. Yeah, no kidding. Although, I don't know if people even give a shit about IQ tests anymore. There are better things to do with your time. I got no idea what you're saying. Battle of Summer. What about this example? It was a thing to do when the internet didn't have much else other than personality tests. Let us say that you have two boxes and one of them is a winner with a cookie inside. Of course the other one is a loser and is empty. For example, here are two boxes, where one has a cookie inside and means you win, while the other is empty and means you lose. At this moment, it has a cookie inside equals you win, which implies that you do not win equals it had no cookie inside. If Battler's butt leaves Boston at 5 p.m. going 300 kilometers per hour and Bannon's smirk leaves Chicago at 12 p.m. Yes? When such a relationship exists, the latter is called the contrapositive. When if A then B is true, then if not B then not A is also true. Well, that's obvious. If the one you guessed was the loser, then you'd automatically know the other one was the winner, assuming that the other one did actually have the thing in it. In other words, if you choose the box at random, whether it's the winner or the loser, you'll be able to figure out which box has the cookie in it after you first move. Maybe it's Schrodinger's cookie there. That is correct. If the cookie is in the box you open, then a devil's proof is satisfied. You can directly prove that this box is the winner equals this box has a cookie in it. However, if the box you open is empty, then the reverse Hempel's raven is satisfied. In other words, this box does not have a cookie in it equals this box isn't the winner. And as long as we accept the premise that there are no more than two boxes, the contrapositive shows that the other box is automatically the winner. Well, I think I'm starting to see your reasoning. Only poison can stop poison, only twisted logic can stop twisted logic. Then what? How does that overturn my claim that because there's definitely a 19th human hidden on this island, even if all 18 people have alibis, I still won't have to accept witches? Very well. I will teach you about my move. First of all, you are stating that the culprit is not among the 18 equals the culprit is a 19th person. So if you use the contrapositive, it ends up like this. Oh, jeez, her face. In short, the culprit is not a 19th person equals the culprit is one of the 18. Huh? What do you mean? Only that I've only that I've countered your move. Let's try and keep things simple. Ronove, explain. It seems you've made things easy enough about it to understand with your cookie in a box analogy. Then forgive my presumption. Allow me to explain my earlier example once more. Allow me to repeat my earlier story about two treasure boxes, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, you have an 18-person box and a 19th-person box. So the cookie represents the culprit. Battle of Summer, let's say you open the 18-person box. Because the cookie is not there, you have paradoxically... Wow, why did I get a sudden craving for McDonald's? What's that got to do with anything? Proven that, therefore, the cookie is in the 19th person box. That lets us make an even more paradoxical claim. In other words, if it was first shown that the 19th person box was empty, it would prove at the same time that the cookie is in the 18th person box. Battle of Summer played this move in order to avoid having to doubt any of the 18, but it's now been used to prepare an 18-person attack. You can get poutine from... Wait, is that how you say that? From McDonald's? In America. In Canada, I mean. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, what the hell? Yeah, what the hell? Poutine at McDonald's is weird. Ah, I see. It's kind of like New Zealand with pie. Actually, I guess New Zealand has pies at their McDonald's because they stole George's pie. So, alright. You win this time. If I go and prove that the inside of the 19th person box is empty, you will automatically have to accept that the cookie is in the 18 person box. All I've done is say it the other way around, yes? So, that move I was so confident in was actually a double-edged sword? Don't give in, battler. Her logic doesn't make any sense. That's right. As soon as you play, I don't know their voice was. As soon as you played that move and attempted to explain everything with the 19th person, you'd already taken on a risk that you might be forced to accept that the culprit was one of the 18. What? Okay. I see. Hempel's Raven. So this is a countering technique? What's this music? Wait, if I really think about it, this counter's really disadvantageous for me. This isn't a cookie we're talking about. If I imagine that the loser treasure chest actually has a bomb in it, it gets even clearer. And there aren't just 2 treasure chests, but 18 plus 1 more for the 19th person. If you think of it as a total of 19 boxes, it gets even easier to picture. First off, that's a lot of cookies. Oh, I'm hungry. One of the premises of the human culprit theory is that the bomb will definitely be in one of these boxes. I didn't want to place the bomb in the boxes for any of the 18, so I used the devil's proof and created a 19th person box so I could throw the bomb in there. That much was fine. But then Beato struck back. Now, if the contents of the 19th person box are empty, that'll automatically mean that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. If I could... Did we really need a whole scene to explain this? If I could examine what's inside all 18 of those boxes, then as long as I can show that the bomb isn't in any of them, I'll be able to safely show that the 18 are innocent. If that were possible, I'd have nothing to fear. However, in reality, that would be almost absolutely impossible. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. We don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. In short, we can't prove anything decisively. It'll be impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. That means I personally have to prove their innocence, and I have to do it perfectly. Like by staying with them the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second. By doing that, I could probably be sure of that person's innocence. Sure that the bomb isn't in their box. However, in practical terms, that'd be impossible. In other words, I'd have to expend an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. And there are 18 of them. In other words, unless I bound all 18 of them in chains and watch over them, it would be impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. However, Beato only has to open one box, the 19th person box, and show that it's empty to prove that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. Furthermore, there's no need for her to show which of the 18 boxes has the bomb. I've got 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Beatrice does for hers. Can't you just prove that the 19th person has the bomb? When a devil's proof exists in the world, it takes a vast amount of effort to argue against it, and there are many cases in which it is impossible to do because of the situation. However, Hempel's Raven turns that problem around and makes it possible to prove things easily. By using Hempel's Raven, various reckless arguments become possible to prove true or false. For example, let us say I make the proposition, all humans except me equals foolish. I almost choked on my tongue just then. I'm okay. Normally I would have to examine all of humanity except myself and show that they are all foolish. However, in reality, it would be impossible to investigate billions of people. It's just the same sort of effort you'd need to open all 18 boxes. However, by using Hempel's Raven, the contrapositive of that proposition would change it into this. If you, to use your phrase, spin the chessboard around on the claim that all humans except me equal foolish, you would have to do nothing more than prove that not foolish equals me. And what do you think that means? Yes, that noise. As soon as I know the fact that I am wise, I will be able to show in an instant, that every one of the billions of people in the human race is foolish, including me, because I just hit my hand on the desk. In less than a second, I could finish proving that the entire human race is more foolish than me. It's just more like I punched the desk. Oh, her face. It truly is the strongest and fastest QED in the world. This Hempel's Raven. Is it the strongest? I don't know. What a ridiculous argument. It is a very, very convenient move. Not only demons, but gods also use it. When they propose that the blessed equals the servants of a god, and the contrapositive is human, the contrapositive is a human is not a servant of a god. He must not be blessed. I like Battler's image right now. I think it's very representative of how I'm feeling. Or how all of us are feeling with this explanation. So in order to prove that servants of gods are blessed with divine protection, they only have to bring ill fortune down upon those people who don't receive such protection. So by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in them, they prove their blessedness. An enormous cost is required to give humans happiness. However, it takes a lot less to bring humans misfortune. Ooh! So, by using Hempel's Raven, that's very loud, gods are actually giving believers the joy of divine protection for cheap. You demon. It's a demon's argument. That's crazy! It seems we've gone off topic. Let us get back to the point. The move for my counterattack is complete. And now, in response to your claim to the 19th person as the culprit, therefore the 18 are innocent and the witch doesn't exist. Oops. Oh shit, what am I doing? I say, therefore, if I can prove that the culprit is not some 19th person, we can be sure that the culprit is either one of the 18 or a witch, right? For a while, I just stood there, shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought I'd countered one of their strong points, their counterattack had been this reckless argument that I couldn't possibly have anticipated. Is this gonna be impossible after all? To continue denying the witch on an island with no more than 18 people, and still believe in the innocence of those 18 people? Is that just a delusion? Am I just trying to escape reality? No, it's still possible there's a 19th person. Okay, babe. You just have to find the 19th person. Boom, done. No? Okay. Not yet. Don't give up this. Oh. Not yet. Don't give up this desperate struggle yet. Who cares about whoever's Raven? I agree. Who cares about whoever's Raven? They're just trying to confuse me by bringing up weird bits of trivia. I used the devil's proof. Don't feel uncertain about something you've used once. Believe in the spear you've drawn. And then, forcefully, gouge it in. Oh, God. We're still in the opening part of the game. Do you plan to keep thinking on this level? Wait a sec. I want to be sure. I'll admit I talked about a 19th person to keep it simple, but if we're going to use the devil's proof to raise the number of people above 18, then we'd have no way of knowing if there were 10 people, 100 people, or an indeterminate number of people. There's always one more than you assume. Get it? They countered my twisted logic with something even more twisted, so the only thing that could counter that would be even crazier twisted logic. I see. Even if I somehow prove an alibi for the 19th person, as soon as I do, you will think of a 20th person and claim that they are the culprit. By repeating this endlessly, see, now this makes sense. You would make it so I kept searching for their alibis for all eternity. I see. I see. Just like a demon king summoning a plague of locusts. I wouldn't expect anything less from Kenzo's grandchild. It looks like you've been gifted with a talent in summoning. In short, it's impossible to always prove an alibi for each person X outside of the first 18. How do you like that, Beato? Now that I know having a battle with twisted logic, I won't lose. How foolish. Who do you think I am? I am the Endless Witch. The thought that you could challenge me endlessly is just absurd. Oh, her face. Endless control means that I am able to kill endlessly. When your 19th person folds, you will summon a 20th. And when your 20th person folds, you will summon a 21st. And when your 21 person folds and your 22nd person folds, you will summon a 23rd person, a 34th person. Holy shit, what is that number? Is it trillion? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this would be 9.6 million. And then plus another 2 zeros would be 3. Oh, well, depending on which, if you're British or American. 3.5 billion, right? And then another 3 zeros would be. Wait, is it 2 point? And then it's trillion, and then it's. I don't know! Sure. Person. Did you think you'd. I just like the thought that somebody just went like on like the number pad of their keyboard to make this number. Do you think you'd have met me at your mercy for all eternity? I laugh at infinite wait, I'm sorry. Are you eating McDonald's right now? Is that why I had a sudden craving for McDonald's? That's creepy. I laugh at infinite regress. The infinite doesn't work against me. Well then, how will you kill my endless? Just try and show me. Oh, rip. Oh no, what have you done? Oh, her face! I have the power to speak the truth in red. Here it comes. When I speak in red, it will contain absolutely no illusions. If I say once in red that there are no more than 100 people on this island, you will no longer be permitted to create a 101st person. See, battler? What truth shall I tell in red this time? Where shall I strike for the kill and force you into hopelessness? Come, show me your usual frightened face. And your naked butt. Naked butler. What? Why are you laughing? I wonder what kind of creepy look I had on my face as I laughed right then. That red sure is scary. Every time it jumps out, I'm driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I've already realized something. There's no need to be overly afraid of the red. You brought out your trump card again. So? How and for what will Beatrice Summer use the red this time? Oh. What do you mean by that? Suddenly looking so relaxed. Sorry, but I was waiting for you to take out that blood-red treasured sword of yours. Let's see. What do you proclaim in red this time? You aren't going to say the culprit was one of those 18 people, are you? Be careful, since that'd mean self-destruction for you, right? That'd be the same as throwing away your own witch theory yourself. A complete resignation. That's right. The red wasn't always a weapon that worked in Beatrice's favor alone. It was the other way around. If she used it the wrong way, it was dangerous enough that she could bring about her own death. If she used it carelessly and said something that ended up denying herself, that'd be exactly the same as self-destructing. Of course, it'd be sad and difficult for me to accept if you told me in red that one of the 18 was the culprit. No matter who the culprit actually was, I'd definitely have to deal with some tough emotions. But before that, it would mean your defeat. Saying in red that the culprit is a human is equivalent to your proclamation of resignation. If you wanted us to finish each other off in a simultaneous clash, I'd say that's a pretty interesting move. However, this particular battle will end in my victory. Beatrice's red was her true trump card.
When that person speaks in red, it's definitely the truth, and no amount of proof or counter-arguments can change that. Until now, she's used that to severely wound me. And each time, the tiny foundation supporting my heart gets split in half. Oh, welcome to the stream, Jodie's pet raven. Oh, very appropriate name. At this point in the story. In the last game, I used that to my advantage, especially during the chapel's closed room trick. Min almost completely got her boxed in at one point. But she was pretty sly herself. She learned from experience, and since then she started using discretion in the timing of her red. This feeling of tension was almost literally like a battle with real swords. This is a high-level intellectual battle. No, not an intellectual battle. This really is twisted logic. This was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic. Okay, now it's time to hear your plan. That's right. To use your Hempel's Raven, first you'll have to confirm in red how many humans there are other than the 18, and after that, if you proclaim in red that none of the people in this group are the culprit, that's right, that might be a fatal wound to me. I'm surprised that you no longer have even an atom of fear for the red, which once terrified you so much. You're quite resilient. Try taking it out. That treasured sword, that trump card of yours. Can we not say trump so often, please? This time you might be able to make me surrender with a single stroke, right? Interesting. I wouldn't have it any other way. Agitate her. Challenge her. Drive her into a corner to make her speak in red. Of course her red's always wiping out my only rays of hope, but don't be afraid of that. On this island overcome with falsehoods and illusions, the only thing I can trust is the information she speaks in red. It's my only way across the chasm of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope. It's like literally walking on the edge of a blade. Of course I'm afraid. Because my victory condition is the denial of witches, then, to use her contrapositive logic, the culprit must be human. Ah, you found my channel through Star Ocean. Oh, just like Chronomew. I think that was the first thing Chronomew saw as well. Was that the original Noct? Oh, no, that was in Chrono Cross. Yeah. But I didn't want to search for a culprit amid the 18. That's what made me stick to a weak position, since I had to claim both that it couldn't be a witch and that it couldn't be one of the 18. Last time I was unable to understand that, so that's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. It's always nice to hear how people discovered my channel, because I'm just so self-centered like that. Oh. No, it's just nice, because, like, people, like, find it through different Let's Plays. It's interesting. I hope you enjoyed the Let's Play. Oh my god, I just snotted on myself. It's a great image. I'm sure you needed to know. Oh, I ran out of the nice soft aloe vera tissues. So the tissues I'm using now have like, it's very exciting. The box has owls on it, so I had to get it. It's Kleenex. But, and they're large and apparently thick. They're not that thick, but okay. And it says Silk Dutch for silky soft care, but they're really not that soft, and they upset my nose actually a little bit. But they have owls on them, so I had to get them. Why can't they have a nice owl one that also has aloe vera? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I think Finnish tissues are better than New Zealand tissues, but they're more expensive in Finland, so depends how you look at it, I guess. They're like 1,000 ply in Finland. Oh, it influenced you to buy the game? My goodness. Ooh, that's also nice. That game was really nice to level in. You know, like when you get to the point in a JRPG and you do all the things and you like collect all the things, you level everyone up. There was something about doing that in that game was really nice. I think that was actually my very first stream. Was leveling in that game. I don't know if it's still around that stream, but I think it might have been on Twitch. But I think. No. Oh, I don't know. No, it must be part of the playlist. But anyway, that must be embarrassing to watch. Yeah, there's something nice about collecting all the stuff in that game and doing all the crafting and stuff is really nice. It's pretty good. Yeah. Anyway, and that it couldn't be one of the 18. Last time I was unable to understand that, so that's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. But that's okay. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said it once in an old sword fighting movie that a good fortress has one and only one intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather there. They would be lured there. Intentionally weak? And that would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, and as long as she wanted to attack those weak points, it was as if I were luring her into launching an attack there. That's a good point. I like that. I like that thinking. Good job, Battler, turning your weak points into strong things. Good job. There's a good life lesson there in that little piece of dialogue. Gauge the distance between us with care, retreating step by step. Make them move forward. You know what else would be fun? To analyze this whole game using metaphor. Because there's so much battle metaphor. I mean, of course there is, because it's a battle. But, like, there's, you know... Suikoden 2 is a game I find fun to level up and collect things into. Oh, that is on my list of things to play. At some point. Yep. Ah, yes, you're quite the game collector. Okay, so distance between us. I actually have Star Ocean twice, the physical version of Star Ocean, because I bought it. Did I? No, wait. No, wait. No, wait. Do I? Huh. Because I originally bought it from eBay and it was in German, so I gave it to my friend who was living in Germany at the time. And then I got one which was Japanese, which I couldn't let's play because it was in Japanese. In fact, I don't think I could even play it on my PS4 because it was the wrong region, I think. But I kept it anyway because of the casing. But then how did I play Star Ocean? Huh. I'll have to check because I have it right now on my coffee table. Anyway! I know, it was a long time ago. Gauge the distance between us with care, treating civilians. Oh. The more she recklessly flourished that red, the more chances I would get to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep her cornered so that she'll have no choice but to refute me with the red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red. That's right. That red itself is the same as fresh blood leaking from her wounds. So, what's wrong? First of all, why don't you tell me how many people are on this island total? On this island total. If you don't, your raven can't cut me up. How surprising that you can be this desperate and yet this difficult. One cannot make light of someone putting their life on the line no matter what the error. It's no surprise you're Kinzo's grandchild. The more cornered you are, the bolder you become. Ronave cleared his throat. It appears to be a stalemate. That black tea I worked so hard to make is getting cold, milady. Ronove, who was supposed to be her ally, roguishly, there's that word again, rushed her into making her next move. Beato probably thought she'd managed to smile back and appear confident, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now, she had completely lost the confident feeling that had allowed her to turn her nose up at her worthless opponent. Of course, she probably wouldn't be cornered by something like this. She's just being cautious. Until now, I've been inexperienced. I didn't know how to fight, and I wasn't strong enough to be her opponent. However, now that we've reached a third game, she's realized that I'm starting to become more skilled, and she's grown more cautious, thinking every move over carefully. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for coming, Jody's pet raven. Hope to see you again. Sure, that's just fine, Beatrice. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you happy now? Now it's starting to get interesting, huh? Hehehehe. Ooh, Battler. This doesn't match your face. Oh, yes? Oh, this isn't getting us anywhere. Then should we get to the heart of the matter and go with the usual? Oh, the usual, you say? Then by all means. If I don't hear you say that, I guess I just won't feel like starting. The first move was mine. Here I go, Beato. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people. If I hear you say this in red, I'll have no choice but to suspect one of the 18. I won't be able to say a 19th person did it, so all doors will be closed to me. However, I believe the culprit definitely isn't one of the 18. There's no way any of those 18 could commit such brutal murders. I'll say it again. There haven't been any murders in this arc, but sure. I'll say it again. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people. I refuse. I won't say why. Phew! I'd avoided what would have been the worst red for me. If she'd repeated that, I'd be faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18, like last time, all over again. Why doesn't she just say, there's a witch on the island in red? And then it's just like, rip. I guess that's no fun. Why would she do that? But Beato hadn't proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. She refused to repeat it, even though there was no reason for her not to strike. Even though it was a weakness, she should have been dueling it. She hadn't spliced me up with red by using that move, which should have been as good as forking a rook and the king. This was a big sign of my advantage. That's right. That's right. The culprit isn't one of the 18. I won't suspect anyone. And since the culprit isn't a witch either, that means a 19th person exists on this island. And that's you. A person who, as grandfather's mistress of 30 years, has been secretly living in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long, long time. The human Beatrice. That's right. You aren't a witch or anything like it. You're just a human who's been living on this island and hiding for several decades. Did you just call me the endless witch who has lived for over 1,000 years a human? For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly and gloatingly, or maybe spitefully. Are you ready? I'll keep going. Again, repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. Beatrice fell silent once again. She'd probably remain extremely cautious as long as confirming the number of humans on this island might give her some large disadvantage. Depending on the situation. The red has already become a foothold for my counterattacks. Now that we know this, it makes the red very risky for the witch. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Hempel's Raven wouldn't be effective. To break my devil's proof, she would need to settle the existence and number of people outside the 18 in red. That's right. She couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless she used red. I've closed Beato in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really is a way to fight in this witch's game. It's okay to refuse. If you can't say it in red, that means there's a total of 18 plus X people on this island. Oh, now we're getting into maths. That X is a pretty massive piece to lose on your first move, right? After all, from now on, all of the tricks that were impossible for the 18 can be explained with a human X who wasn't in that group. This huge piece can break open all the rooms you said were closed because everyone had an alibi. It was just like how a chess bishop can cut a thin line through enemy forces as long as there's a slight gap. It could only be effectively used on squares of the same colour, but it was very good at controlling territory on the board. It looked like Beato also noticed her current plight. She couldn't just let such an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. If she pulled out her red treasured sword, it wouldn't be that difficult to save herself from this. But Beato was completely aware that I was expecting it. She was afraid that a careless red truth might end up strangling her own neck, because, in the first place, a witch is something that ought to be denied in red. Believe. Don't doubt. Witches don't exist. Something like that couldn't exist in this world. They can only exist in the valleys between truths. They have a fragile existence, curled up in these cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth. And they can only barely exist like a mirage by surviving on falsehoods and illusion. That was the sentence. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is the reality that might easily deny their very being. The more they brandish their red words, the more they begin to lose, bit by bit, that crack in truth inside which they can endure. That's why they don't want to use red words and carelessly lose that crack in truth, which is based on fuzzy information. Or illusions, in other words. That's because they understand that they're gradually being cornered. Of course that bastard would never admit it. Because if she did... Oh, using bastard for a woman, that's interesting. It'd be the same as admitting that she's something that can't exist in this world, like an imaginary number. Don't be afraid. Stay strong. I know that she's the one who's really been pierced to the bone. After all, her red treasured sword can't be used without a lot of preparation. What's wrong? I'll say it again. Repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. Okay. I refuse. At the end of Beato's worrying, she took a single deep breath and quietly announced her refusal. I thought she'd use it, but Beato refused to speak in red, even though it would cost her a victory in the opening part of the game. You refused? Which means that, from now on, I can create as many fictional character X's outside of the 18 as I want? Do as you wish. I refuse to repeat what you've told me. Isn't that enough for now? The reason for my refusal is... No, I won't tell you yet. Anyway, you'll know soon enough. Still acting tough, I see. Choosing not to use the red is another way of using it. You called it my red treasured sword. I thought it was him talking about his own. A pleasant metaphor. I will use it too. A treasured sword is at its best when it is sheathed. In fact, there are times it can instill even more fear because it is sheathed. That's right. Oh wait. Wait. No, this is him talking, isn't it? That's right, as I fight, I always have to keep in mind whether you might spin everything around with those red words. It's some pretty serious pressure. Yeah, that sounds like him. And there are also times when you make things pretty tough by refusing to repeat after me. Those times, but he was talking with his mouth closed, so I don't know. Those times I can't tell if you can't repeat because my guess was right, or if you're just misleading me and letting me flounder about. If you think of it that way, yeah, it's a sheathed, treasured sword. So what? If I'm going to push you off a cliff anyway, better let you climb a bit higher first. We've still barely begun. Much is left to come. I'll resign from this challenge. Go and get drunk in your faint victory for now. But only for now. How's it already been 3 hours? My god. Nothing has happened in this story. Practically speaking, the early part of the game ended with her being a sore loser. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. That tension didn't fade one bit until I was greeted by the sound of Ronave's applause. Spectacular, Battler Summer. Battler Summer. Perhaps you have started this game with an advantageous development. Who knows? I still don't know whether I've taken a piece by my move, or whether she guided me into taking it. After all, knowing you probably know I'm being led into a trap, and that clapping is just and that clapping is just you mocking me openly, right? Yes, he's clapping with his hands very far away from each other. How could you think that? I am innocently celebrating your ability, which has enabled you to take one shot at Milady, even though it is only the first round. In any event, Milady is a person who is quick to become arrogant. I believe that a little encouragement such as this can be good medicine every once in a while. This butler of yours sure has a vicious tongue. He does, doesn't he? Sometimes he ticks me off as well. My, how incredibly rude of me. Well then, Milady, Battler Summer, how would you like some more black tea? The game has still barely begun. Please allow me to prepare all the tea and snacks needed to adorn this game. I ask that you continue your game without any reservations. I will. Let's move forward. Now is when it really starts. Very well. Let us advance the clock. Ronave, black tea, please. Certainly. How about a cookie? I don't need one. Give it to Beelzebub to keep her happy. Remain silent for now. While listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes closed her eyes slightly and fell silent. For some time she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes. Ah! Very well. Why don't I inform you now as to why I refused to speak in red during that first move? Okay, what? Bring it on. Show me what you've got. Yes, that piece really was big enough that I'd hate to lose it. It may be hasty, but allow me to make my move. I won't use the red, but from here on, Rosa will explain on my behalf. Listen.
Rosa? Oh, are we back to the story now? Oh, okay. Ah, yes, Rosa the... Oh, just kidding.
Of course I think the same way. Rosa does too, right? Rosa? Huh? Sorry. Me too. I think that too.
What's wrong, Rosa-san? You've been really quiet for a while now. Are you feeling sick?
From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to cut in on the siblings' fights, but even so, she seemed unmotivated, and had said almost nothing during this night's conference. The whole time she had hung her head and appeared to be thinking of something else. You've been in a daze for a while now. Do you think you can protect the inheritance like that? You're also the mother of your child, so get a stronger hold on yourself. I'm sorry.
Did you wake up really early in the morning? If you feel sick, you shouldn't overdo it.
The beds in our guest rooms have been prepared. How about taking a rest? I will guide you. No, I'm fine. Thank you.
What is it? Is there something you're worrying about?
No, not really. Is that so? It feels like your mind has been elsewhere this whole time. I wonder if that has anything to do with what we've been talking about. At those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. As if in response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently, Kiria's guess hadn't been wrong. Rosa couldn't deny it either. No, She swallowed whatever it was she had been trying to say and went silent again. Of course, the other siblings also began to realize that something about her appearance was different from usual.
What is it? You've been weird for a while.
Do you think of something? She has been weird this arc. We all just swore to remain united, didn't we? Don't hold back, Warren, by yourself. We said we'd talk. Rosa, tell us. What was that voice? The men pressed her one after the other, and Rosa confessed resignedly and nervously. The atmosphere made it seem as though she was confessing to some modest prank, which had inadvertently brought about a serious situation. No, this mistress of grandfather's, this Beatrice. I was wondering if she's still alive. Huh? Isn't it obvious that she's alive? After all, she was able to send that letter to us. Whether she's in good health or not is a different story, though. The woman in that portrait must be getting up there in age by now. I'd say she's healthy. People who are crafty when it comes to money stay healthy no matter how old they get. What? Her evil plan might even be the best rejuvenating agent. Ho ho ho. She shouldn't be alive. Huh? What did you just say? Beatrice is dead. Oh, this music. I killed her. What? What did you say? What do you mean, Rosa? I don't know who's talking. But it wasn't really me who killed her, though I did bring her to a place like that. No, I did kill her after all. I tried to make myself believe it was a dream, but it wasn't really a dream, was it? What the fuck? Which makes this a letter from Beatrice's ghost. Wah! Yep, that's what a scream sounds like. It was so sudden that everyone was lost for words. Oh, sorry, I kept the mic stand a bit. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop, holding her head as her hair flew all about. Her hair flew all about? The fuck? Calm yourself. Rosa-san. I have absolutely no clue what's going on. Already dead? What do you mean? I think it means two things. First, its literal meaning. Shut up, Kiryu-san. And second, it backs up our earlier guess. Which means Rosa has met with Beatrice, right? I've never heard Rosa mention anything like this. Rosa, when was it? When could you possibly have met Beatrice? Long ago. Long ago. We'd just moved over to the island and I was still young. It wasn't my fault. It's not like I killed her. But you just said that you killed her, though. Make up your mind. Calm down. Calm down. Nobody's blaming you for anything, alright? First, drink some water. Okay? Why is that always the response to anything crazy happening in either J dramas or K dramas? It's like, drink water. It fixes everything. Natsuhi-san, the picture, please. Yes. Here you go, Rosa-san. Please calm yourself. Look at her face. What the fuck is happening? Until Rosa was able to calm her ragged breathing, no one was able to speak a word. Nice music. Oh, that's a car outside. I think. Yes. Ah, daylight. Oh. It's okay, so it's childhood time again, I guess. Is it? Is that what's happening? Ooh, that's pretty. Oh man, these are so... Oh, so nice to see these And so nicely drawn. Beatrice, I have been calling to you for some time now. Did you not hear me? What? I mean, were you? My apologies. I was lost in thought. Forgive me. The weather is pleasant. Yes, I can understand how the weather has stolen your heart. Will you have your black tea here? Ah, this music, I love this theme so much. Who am I? I will bring some tea now. Wait here for a while. Forget about the tea. Talk with me. This theme is so much like Trails, this theme. Very well. Kinzo had used the excuse of getting black tea to try and interrupt the conversation for the time being, but his attempt had been very transparent. I sat in a it's her talking. I sat in a garden chair and beckoned Kinzo to do the same. Kinzo sat down heavily, exaggerating his age. For a while we sat and appreciated the sun. I like this, exaggerating his age. That's a nice turn of phrase, I like that. For a while we sat and appreciated the silence. Who am I? Until today, no one has answered this question. For some reason, everyone averts their gaze and evades me. I have known you for a long time. I think of you as my best friend, even as a father. Oh, that's disturbing. That's why I want so much for you to tell me. You should know who I am. Why are you worried about something like that? You are Beatrice, the master of this mansion. Is that not so? What more could you want to know? I don't know. What's this? Don't you even understand what it is you want to know? How mysterious. In one's youth, there are times one wants to play in the maze of thought that has no exit. What? Perhaps that's what your worries are. Kinzo laughed as though it was a trivial matter. Ho 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 ho. However, I couldn't help but feel that this matter was another attempt to force me to stop any further questioning. So you won't tell me after all? There's nothing to tell. You are Beatrice. Isn't that more than enough? No. No, that's not it. What I wish to know is not my name. I want to know who I am. Who am I? What am I? How long have I been here? And how long will I have to continue my days here? I really should bring some black tea. Don't you think it a waste of all this fine weather? Man, that's really pretty. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. Those clouds. I love this theme so much. What's this all about? It looks like it's probably the story of your past, right? Something like that. To think I would go this far back. Looks like you had some pretty deep worries even then. I'm wondering who you were. That is to be expected. At the time, I was unable to understand who I was, or why I was alive. Well, in puberty, everyone's captured by those philosophical worries at least once, wondering what meaning there is in their life. Doesn't this just prove you had a charming period like that at one point? I'd been in that mansion since the time of my birth, and I lived only inside the mansion. Of course I went out into the garden, but the area around the mansion was surrounded by a very tall fence. I was unable to leave through it, and I was told severely that I mustn't leave. Is this Naru's inner monologue? I could walk freely throughout the mansion and the garden, but outside of that, not once was my desire to take just one step outside of my own accord granted. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to say that, as far back as you can remember, you were always a bird in a cage? That's what I thought at the time. After all, as soon as I became aware I was living like that, I didn't even think to question it. Who in the world are you? That's it. That is what I also hope to know. I'm sure you'll say something like, I wasn't a human, I was a witch, right? No, that's not true. That isn't true yet. Or should I say that was once the case. I was constructed by Kinzo, a human built by a human. No, perhaps I should call it a cage made of flesh. Ooh, that's a fucking horrible image. What the hell? This is getting weird. You probably won't believe it anyway. Sorry for the sniff into the microphone. But listen first. I was a mighty witch who had lived for 1,000 years. But at one point I was summoned by Kinzo. And by that hidden art I was bound as his prisoner for eternity. Yeah, in the mirror, right? Never heard that before. From what we hear in the Ushiromiya family, you were summoned by grandfather. Made something like a devil's contract with him and gave him the gold. Indeed, that is correct. Then I was supposed to vanish until the contract was complete. But, well, popular women have it rough. By some turn of events, Kinzo fell in love with me. Grandfather's nearsightedness must have gotten pretty bad. With astigmatism too. To fall in love with you, of all things. Well, to me they could be nothing more troublesome. However, the power of humans is a frightening thing. He displayed that fearsome power and rooted me to this place. He said I wouldn't be freed until I nodded my head in agreement. Such an overbearing man. Isn't that awesome? Everyone knew grandfather was obsessed with the occult. Who would have guessed he had the power to root down the great witch Beatrice? Heh, ridiculous. Who'd believe such a weird story? As I thought, you don't believe. All I believe is the fact that you lived in this hidden mansion in the middle of the forest. Look at his face. You're the 19th person on Rock Genjima, right? Indeed. Just as you imagine, this is deep within the forest of Rock Genjima. A hidden mansion not to be found from the outside world. Its name is Kuwadorian, Nine Birds Retreat. Come to think of it, I heard the guest house's real name was Torayan, Visitor's Retreat. I see, the naming sense is similar. Is it? You say so. So you were grandfather's mistress who lived here in the kanji must be similar or something? Tori means bird, but that's not what this says. It says Tora, which means tiger, actually. But, I think. But, that's obviously not what the kanji is, so. Okay, whatever. Anyway, isn't that right? Mistress isn't the right way to say it. You should probably call it Kinzo's I hate this word. Unrequited? I think is how you say it. Love. I always used to think there was an N in this word. Unrequited is how I used to say it. But it's not how you say it, so. I spoke of it just now, correct? He fell in love with me of his own accord. He then courted me, but I rejected him. Then I was shut up in this hidden mansion. No, that's not quite right. It would be more correct to say that I was shut up in this body. I've got no idea what you said at the end there. You would just make fun of it and refuse to listen, right? After all, you say you don't believe in witches or magic. If you have no ears to hear what I tell you, saying it would be the pinnacle of foolishness. Requited? Unrequited. What is that? Okay. Hey Google, how do you say unrequited love? Nope, that doesn't tell me how to say it. Give me unrequited Wiktionary entry. That helps, thank you. Why doesn't it say? Why doesn't it have the... Usually it has the, IPA.
Unrequited.
There you go. Unrequited. Okay. Anyway, I'll decide whether I believe or not. Oops. So you were right. Well, at least in American. And I guess Canadian English. I'll decide whether I believe or not. After all, if I don't ask, the story won't continue. Tell me. Let's hear the story from your past. Very well. I refused Kinzo when he courted me. But he was not a man to lose heart or something like that. He wanted to make me nod my head in agreement no matter what. He shut me up in this mansion and spent an eternity trying to win my heart. Talk about overbearing. I guess no one likes obstinate men, huh? Regardless of whether I responded to this courting or not, having a man so desperate for me was, well, as a woman it wasn't so unpleasant. Okay, I'll let that slide. However, I never accepted his proposal. I tried to find some way to break through his guard, but that barrier was firm. I couldn't crack it. Why is she saying that it's not unpleasant to have a man desperate for her that she wasn't interested in? How is that unpleasant? I mean, how is that not unpleasant? That's like unpleasant for anyone. I mean, I guess it helps with your ego a little bit, but it's still, it's like unpleasant on so many levels as well, because you feel bad, or you feel annoyed, or it starts to get obsessive and gross, and it's just like unpleasant for everyone. Stop that. Anyway, however, I never accepted his proposal. I tried to find some way to break through his guard, but that barrier was firm and I couldn't crack it. And then, after trying to resist in various ways, I eventually reached the conclusion that to escape from Kinzo's barrier, I would have to throw away this body of flesh. This is really terrible. Actually. It's terrible. The physical body is a vessel with many restrictions for a magic user. Vanity. Yes. But still. It's still unpleasant. Throw away your body of flesh? What does that mean? Something like an out-of-body experience? Well, if you want to think of it that way. However, I'm no spirit. Even though I am a witch in the beginning, I was born with a human's body of flesh. So for me, throwing away that physical body, while it didn't mean the same thing as death, it did require a similar level of resolve. So, in other words, you decided that you couldn't be released except by suicide, is that it? It wasn't suicide. It was nothing more than throwing away my body of flesh. Of course, becoming nothing more than a soul is a precarious situation. When the soul leaves its body of flesh, it is constantly exposed to the strong winds of the sun. The strong winds of the sun? That's a cool way of putting that. I like that. Huh. It was not easy for me to maintain myself and avoid being scattered by them. It was a final measure that I wanted to avoid if I could. However, there was no other way to break through Kinzo's barrier. Anyway, I'm an unfettered person. I couldn't stand being kept in a cage until Kinzo's life was over. I couldn't see this stuff Beato kept going on about throwing away her body of flesh as anything more than suicide. Grandfather persistently courted her, and to escape from that, she chose her own death? This is so terrible. So you're saying you committed suicide? What are you talking about? Isn't that you sitting carefree there in the garden chair? Oh, what are you talking about? That's right. That is the new cage I was given by Kinzo. Cage? You mean this mansion? No. I mean my body, relaxing in the garden chair over there. Even though I was so desperate to escape that, I became naught but a soul. To escape. Wait. Even though I was so desperate to escape that I became naught but a soul, Kinzo still had no intention of letting me go. Oh god, her face. Oh, he was a fearsome person. Normally, when the object of one's requited love shows that she is willing to die, it should be enough to bring that person to their senses, even if their love has lasted 100 years. Yeah. Perhaps that's why even he managed to become a sorcerer of sorts. Why he even managed to be... Blah, blah, why... Oh, no, why even he... Yeah. Never mind. Don't try to confuse me with that incomprehensible witch girl talk. Witch girl? As opposed to a witch boy? What exactly are you trying to say? That Kinzo didn't let me escape even after I became a soul. Human emotions are terrifying. To think he would be able to exhibit such power, tying down a dead soul. It's not something that can be accomplished easily, not even for a magician who specializes in such matters. Because I knew this, Kinzo's fearful magical power shocked me for the first time. Then Kinzo seized my body and brought me back. However, a cage to hold a seized soul cannot be made from iron or lead. Only one thing remains. What? You weren't going to say it was a magical cage or something, are you? Wrong. It's that body of flesh over there, just like yours or mine. Only a cage made of flesh and blood can tie a soul down to this world. Kinzo shut my soul up in a cage of flesh built to be exactly like me. So, to sum up, it's like this. Grandfather obstinately courted you, you started to hate it, and you committed suicide, but you weren't clever enough to finish the job? Damn, you really took a roundabout way to say something like that. No, that's wrong. I can't beller. My soul was shut up in the seed of a homunculus, and I was born out of a test tube. That is a horrifying thought. Huh? But that's crazy! That isn't even possible, right? Kinzo accomplished even the miracle of creating life, and simply to shut my soul up in that cage. That he would show such magical power simply because of his own love, a thoroughly terrifying person. Yes, what the fuck? It's already gotten pretty ridiculous. Say whatever you want. I won't believe anything. Just do what you like. What's with this unpleasant attitude? Heh. In the beginning, I showed a little interest, thinking that there might be some huge hint hidden here. But the more I ask, the weirder this story starts to get. I get the feeling that even though this is supposed to be a game about denying witches, I'm suddenly being forced to just swallow this story about witches. Sorry, but I don't feel like listening to this anymore. Just keep rambling on to yourself as much as you want. I'll be over here, picking at my earwax or something. Oh, her eyes moving. When I started acting cold, Beata seemed unusually discouraged. Of course, her expression was still shameless, but in that really easy-to-understand expression of hers, I had the feeling I was able to catch a glimpse of loneliness in my failure to find the story of her past interesting. For some reason, that subtle reaction made her seem pitiful. So even though I kept my careless attitude, I decided to cover for her slightly. Damn it. Even though she's an irritating witch, I'm still weak against her because her chromosomes are XX. Yes, genetics. Well, I've got absolutely no desire to believe you, but keep going. Let's have a bit of a story instead of a tea snack. So you treat the story of my past like little more than a snack? Do you expect me to just casually tell you when you insult me like that? After I made fun of her, Beata reacted a little sensitively. It looked like, even though making fun of people was her specialty, she was horrible being made fun of by others. That's usually how it is, isn't it? Just then, my black teacup suddenly made a sound, surprising me. There's something really annoying as well. Another one of my pet peeves is when you can dish it, but you can't take it. Like, you can't deal with people making fun of you, but you make fun of other people all the time. Oh, I fucking hate it. I hate that shit. If you're gonna tease, at least be okay with being teased. It has to work both ways. Milady's soul was seized and breathed into a cage of new life. In other words, Milady received life as a human once more. Before I realized it, the demon butler had taken my cup and was adding more black tea to it. Ronove. Enough of that. This person just said it was too ridiculous to be worth listening to. Well, he's too ridiculous to be worth talking to. I'm baking some new cookies right now. Until they're ready, I thought... Oh, I want some cookies. Until they're ready, I thought you might find the story of Milady's past to be a perfect substitute for a snack. Didn't I say that's enough talking about me? Such unpleasant people, the lot of you. I'm leaving. Run away. Serve our food and then go. No pointless chit-chat with Battler. Certainly. I will make an effort. Beato's short temper peculiar to women... Which I didn't really understand. Took hold of her. Yeah, because only... because men never have short tempers. Oh no. Then she turned her body into gold butterflies, scattered and disappeared. In fact, Battler has a short temper. But okay. After that, only the runaway and the scent of the black tea were left. I feel kind of bad, like I pissed her off or something. That's because you did piss her off, Battler. As long as you're aware of it, yourself, I need to say nothing more. Wait a sec. Weren't you the one who struck the finishing blow? My, what could you mean by that? How would you like some sugar and milk? Just milk would be fine. And some tea snacks would be nice too. Stupidity, peculiar to men. Well, it would be, peculiar to Battler. Well, it will be a bit longer before the cookies are ready. Didn't you say we've already got something to use in place of a snack? Certainly. Oh, did it? Blah, 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 blah. Wait, who? Wait, what? Oh, yeah, okay. Certainly, if you will listen quietly, I will continue the story. She said something about a homunculus. I'm so confused about who's talking, but okay. I know a bit about that. It's that thing, right? A manufactured human created with alchemy or something? Yes. We're actually playing, what is that thing called? Full Meadow Alchemist, yes. Yes, my lady's soul was shut up in a homunculus, and she was revived into this world, receiving life again as a baby. Man, that anime has such good angst. Oh, it's so good. It was one of the first anime I saw, actually. However, because she was a baby, any professions of love on Kinzo's part would have been quite useless, and disturbing. And wrong. Very, very wrong. You aren't saying that grandfather shut that baby up on this hidden mansion until it grew to reach the same age she'd been? That's so gross! Correct. That is what I'm saying. However, while her soul was the same, a human spirit is strongly influenced by its container. Milady lost all her memories of the past and grew up as a very normal human girl. It's fucked up. And you're saying that the Beato sitting in the garden chair... Yes, that is correct. It grew to be completely identical. However, it did not possess her power as a witch. Milady was completely human. Her little face. Beato, who was sitting in the garden chair, looking up at the sky. Oh, sorry. Beato, who was sitting in the garden chair looking up at the sky, voiced that same question again. She asked who she was. The meaning of those words was finally starting to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here, all locked up. Man, Kenzo is fucked up in so many ways. Because there's this, and there's the whole him being a piece of shit to his oldest daughter. And just in general being fucking crazy. Like, oh my god. She couldn't understand why she's living here all locked up. Almost clicked out of the game. Oh god. Don't scare me like that. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul. Shut it up in a body of flesh. Actually, I'm just gonna... Oh, what the fuck? I'm just gonna save. Here. Wait, what was that? Hold on. Whoa. Ronovet, haven't we read this before? One of the 72 great demons works for a master in exchange for various forms of compensation. He currently has a contract with Beatrice as her butler, head furniture. He's become proficient at housekeeping after serving in many households, so his ability as a butler is very high. In the high society of witches, employing him has become a kind of status symbol. Furthermore, the cookies he bakes are superb, and witches will often form a line demanding them. He must possess tremendous magical power, but since he always stays out of the spotlight to further boost his master's reputation, his combat capabilities are unknown. Oh, she doesn't get to have a face. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory. High-quality furniture created by Beatrice. Oh, because this is the Seven Sisters, not just her. Oh, no. Oh, I don't know. Built for gore, is well trusted and known for being a reticent, serious, and responsible piece of furniture. However, this is partly due to her demonic desire to turn her masters into useless, lazy pigs. In that sense, she might be the most demonic of all the sisters. She's serious to a fault and not at all used to being treated kindly instead of the other way around. Oh, it changes when you click on them. Ah, that's cool. Beelzebub is the gourmet of the sisters and is known for being a big and picky eater. Her personality is similar to Mammon's, and the two sisters often fight over the same thing. She's always talking about food, which makes her a calming influence among the sisters. However, she also has that disturbing desire to kidnap pretty boys and store them in the food cellar. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Leviathan, oh, who's this? Often represents the other younger sisters when speaking to Lucifer. Is this spoilers? Deep down she has a brutal, deeply envious... Oh no, because we met them earlier, didn't we? A deeply envious nature and is adept at spotting people's weaknesses. However, she's more of a selfish crybaby than a person burning with envy. For some reason, she's not very good at handling tough situations. Oh, yes. Yeah, this is the one that was like, it's my turn. And she often ends up coming in last among the sisters, getting the short end of the stick and crying. Lucifer is the oldest of the sisters and therefore their leader. Because of this, she claims to be the strongest of them all, but she's secretly aware that she's actually the least talented. However, she has always acted with arrogance in an attempt to hide this fact from the others. Her greatest fear is that her sisters will scorn her if they ever find out. Mammon is quick to grab whatever she wants, without any concern for her sisters. Her motto is monopolized through greed, which means she's usually the main cause of arguments between the sisters. However, she's also the most honest about her own feelings, and the one most likely to try and please the opposite sex. She may be greedy, but she's a hard worker, who will stop at nothing to capture her target's affections for all eternity. Satan takes on the role of the constantly angry class president among the sisters. She's always quick to scold people, which is why the other sisters are so scared of her. For that reason, no one's ever willing to talk back to her, and she's actually quite lonely all the time. She'll sometimes intentionally do things that ought to get her in trouble, but none of the sisters ever scold this lonely furniture back. As the youngest of the sisters, Asmodeus is always doted upon. This might be why she alone is kept out of the way whenever an even slightly lewd topic comes up. She's always looking for a boyfriend in the hopes that her sisters will finally accept her as an adult. Getting a boyfriend makes her an adult? Okay. However, she keeps aiming too high and whiles away each day dreaming of the prince who will never come. Why are there like 1,000 Satans? Oh, does it choose one at random? I thought it did it in an order. Okay. Oh, Jesus, hello. All of the goats. All of them. Low-level furniture in service to Beatrice. They're great in number, but silent and lacking personality. They obediently follow their master's orders. And they're also fucking horrifying. Their senses are closer to those of animals than humans, and they're surprisingly dull-witted, which sometimes leads them to misunderstand their orders. They have by nature... That's interesting. They have by nature a massive build like a minotaur's, and fearsome superhuman strength. They may be low-level furniture, but the ability to summon an inexhaustible supply of them makes them extremely convenient. Okay. Anyway, grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul, shut it up in a body of flesh, and then shut that up in a hidden mansion. However, since she had lived here since the time of her birth, she couldn't even understand who she was, or why she lived shut up in there. Thank you for the recap. Wait. I mean, wait. Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Why didn't I change my interpretation? In other words, couldn't it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice. He then fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't accept him. Then he flew into a rage and shut her up inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't succeed, so she finally chose her own death. And then, no. Maybe there was a girl who looked just like Beatrice. No, a baby. Grandfather raised this child. Maybe it's like... Maybe they had a baby. Grandfather raised this child with care. That would be also horrific. But maybe he didn't view this child as his daughter. The soul was once again shut up in a cage of flesh. Those words probably meant that he didn't view this kid as her child, but as her reincarnation. Maybe that's what it meant. That's really fucked up, though. If you interpret it that way, even a story this weird might make a little sense. No. This might be some bullshit Beato cooked up to confuse me. As if I could accept any of this. In the first place, Kuadorian, was it? There's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed. Couldn't this be something she just fabricated on the spot? A hidden mansion called Kuadorian does exist in the forest of Rokkenjima. That is the place we were just talking about. Huh? Red? Ronove used the red to say that Kuadorian actually existed. Did that mean the same thing as the red Beato used? I may not look it, but I am a demon. Please keep this a secret from a lady, yes? Sure. Didn't we already know you're a demon? Didn't you say you were a demon butler? Beata, who knew I would try to trip her up, had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Ronove could also use the red. I guess that's what he meant. However, it was the red of a crafty man. I didn't know how far I could accept it. But anyway, I might be able to get some kind of hint out of it. So that Beato relaxing in the garden of Kuadorian and that conversation she had with grandfather were the truth? Yes, it is the truth. In the past, the pair actually had a conversation like that in this place. Thanks a lot. I'll ask her some more, Red. You said she was born from a homunculus, but does that kind of unscientific magical thing actually exist? I am unable to answer that question. After all, doing so would cause a stalemate. A stalemate? What does that mean? It's a chess term, referring to a state in which, similar to a perpetual check, any further progress in a game becomes impossible. This would be the opposite of an endless repetition of moves, because all moves would disappear, and it would bring about a kind of deadlock. In chess, this would lead to a draw, just as a perpetual check would. However, there can be no draws in the game between you and Milady. Therefore, I am unable to answer a question that would bring about a stalemate. You obviously want to confuse me by saying incomprehensible stuff, but simply put, you're trying to dodge the question because you can't use the red to say something magical like a homunculus exists, right? If I were to say in red that a witch exists, what would you do, Butler Summer? No. Whether or not I believe... This is like a new thing that keeps coming up. No. Whether or not I believe that is what our whole fight's about, right? If I was told that point blank, it'd be game over. If I said a witch exists in red, you would have no room for argument. However, since the reason would never have been made clear to you about the summer, you probably wouldn't accept it. However, after being told that in red, you would have no room for argument and would not have been shown any proof. In this situation, even though you wouldn't be able to admit defeat, you would have no way to make a counter-argument, and it would become a deadlock. Even though checkmate would not have been reached, there would be no existing moves left. Since you would not be able to play your next hand, it would never become Milady's turn, and the game would stop there for all eternity. As a result, Milady would be unable to force you to submit. That would be a deadlock situation. In order to avoid that, I am unable to answer questions of this nature in red. Doesn't that kind of prove that they should be red, though? So, to say it quickly, you're saying point-blank questions are prohibited? Well, that's true, I guess. If I were told a witch exists, I'd have to give up from the start. I am pleased that you understand. I believe we might be able to work together if you ask your questions in a different form. Can you help me with that line Beatrice dodged when I told her to repeat it? About the number of people on this island? If Milady held back on repeating it, then of course I cannot respond. As Milady's furniture, I am unable to be too forward. Ronove made an exaggerated gesture, trying to act like a loyal retainer. This guy's so shameless. Just when I thought you might actually be useful. I'll give up on that and search for a different question. That's right. I was forgetting to check something important. This is a story about Beata's memories, right? When did that happen? I mean, when did it happen? It couldn't be happening right now, right? Correct. This is the world of 1967. The world of 19 years previous. Let's try rearranging this story again. I wonder if it couldn't be something like this. Grandfather fell in unrequited love with a person called Beatrice. Then he confined her in this hidden mansion and continued to court her, but she was stubborn and didn't give in. Eventually she grew pessimistic about being able to escape from here, and probably committed suicide. And then her soul was put in a homunculus, and no, if I accept that, it's the same as accepting the witch. I can interpret that part like this. She probably had a posthumous daughter. Grandfather must have believed that her soul had been placed in a new physical body, and might have thought that the child was the reincarnation of Beatrice. That means, at least 19 years ago, Beata existed on this island as the 19th person. I'm starting to get confused. Either way, we can't do more than speculate. The only thing we can say for sure in red is that in 1967, in a hidden mansion on the Rokkenjima, Beatrice existed as a human. That's all. That is correct. In 1967, in a hidden mansion on the Rokkenjima, Beatrice Summer existed as a human. Oh, thank you. That really helps. Congratulations. With this, you have made clear the existence of the piece known as the 19th person, a 19th human for you to blame, just as you longed for. A sacrificial sheep upon which you can I thought they said shit. Upon which you can shit the blame of any crime. How amusing that it happens to be milady. Ronaville laughed indiscreetly. Oh, there's a siren. I was like, what the fuck is that sound? I thought it was Naru going like, but it's just an ambulance. Ronaville laughed indiscreetly. Somehow I didn't like how he put that, so I didn't feel like laughing along with him. That's right. There's that thing Aunt Rosa said. Beatrice is dead? I killed her? What did that mean? As for that, it may be faster to see the actual circumstances rather than listen to me tell you. Let us advance the clock a little more. Ronaville pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and touched the watch stem. I saw gold butterflies gather behind his back and take the form of a person. Was it Pietro? I quickly realized that it was someone else. Oh. It was her. That older sister of the 7 stakes who loved tormenting me more than her 3 meals a day. If I don't consider myself lucky to see that sexy ass, I won't be able to keep up with their torture game. Ronaville-sama. So, you're still here. This is an urgent call from Beatrice-sama. My. What kind of urgent business could it be? It seems my chat with the Battler-sama has run a tad long. Well then, Battler-sama, if you will excuse me, please continue to enjoy your game with milady. Yeah, I'll enjoy it as best I can, because my conversations go a lot more smoothly when I'm with you as opposed to her. And you're more gracious with the red, too. Come and talk again anytime you like. Battler-sama, despite how I look, I am milady's furniture. I can do nothing that milady does not desire. What I said in red was something that normally should have come from milady's mouth. I did nothing more than announce the red truth in milady's place as she sulked. So she really was sulking then. Seeing me and Ronaville incomprehensibly hitting it off, that steak Nair-chan cocked her head curiously. Ronaville-sama, we are keeping Beatrice-sama waiting. Let us hurry. Yes, I shall go immediately. Well, Battler-sama, I will see you later. It appears that we have finally started getting along. As I thought, I have the feeling we'll manage to become good friends. Sure, if you mean partners that gossip behind Beatrice's back. Ronaville-sama! Yes, yes, if you will excuse me. Maybe she didn't like seeing him act so friendly with me. Or maybe she really had been told to hurry. When the steak and Airchan let out a thunderous cry, Ronave laughed frivolously and disappeared as if running away. Why am I, the older sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory, being summoned for menial tasks like this? Even though Beato-sama could have told one of the younger sisters who look like they've got nothing better to do. Sheesh. Why so grumpy, Nair-chan? If you're hungry, eat a cookie or something. Why don't I give you the last one? How thoughtful. Then, shall I take one? I casually pushed the snack plate with the last remaining cookie over to her. Thank you. Oh. Jesus Christ. As though coming as a period at the end of the sentence, a sharp sound pierced the table. The nails on 3 of her fingers extended, grew sharp, and pierced the space between my fingers on the hand that was pushing the plate, missing them by a hair's breadth. That's fucking horrifying. It had happened in an instant, so for a while I didn't even realize that her fingernails had grown. The tips of those sharp nails were like blades with a red manicure. The spaces between the bases of my fingers hurt sharply. Those razor-like blades had been plunged into the table, a hair's breadth away from the back of my hand and my fingers. Because of those 3 blades, I was unable to even let my careless right hand tremble, and by now all I could do was let a bead of cold sweat drip down. Whoa! Nair-chan, isn't it about time you cut your nails? It's Lucifer. That is my glorious name. The honoured furniture who serves Beatrice-sama and the older sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory. I'm not like my disgraceful younger sisters. If you don't show proper respect, you will regret it. And why would I regret it exactly? Can't really think of a reason. Stupid kid. Do you really want to play with me that much? Was it that unforgettable? I'll thrust my stake deep into you and let you enjoy being gouged the fullest, okay? Damn it. Someday I'll have you down on the floor and say the same thing. Oh! Battler, stop it. Just when I start to like you. Oh, really? Now I can't wait. I mean, wow, I can't wait. Oh! Oh! Rip. Bye, Battler. Meanwhile, Rosa eventually regained her calm. The men wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Kiria intervened. If something like that really had happened, then it would have been a terrible experience that Rosa wouldn't want to remember. After taking several deep breaths with her hand over her chest, it seemed that she had more or less resolved herself to talk. How old was I then, I wonder? Middle school, probably, though I don't remember well. Anyway, I think I was about that age. Which means maybe about 20 years ago? Back then, my grades weren't very good, and Mother was always angry at me. I tried to do my best in my own way, but I couldn't match up to Mother's expectations at all. Looks like there's a tiny little swan on her thing. Oh, on all of them. Mother was always very strict with Rosa. I sympathized with her at the time. Did you now? You say that, even though you're always talking behind her back. Would you give it a rest, Eva? And then? Where did you meet Beatrice, Rosa-san? Rosa-san. Hideyoshi-san, you mustn't rush her now. It's okay, Rosa-san. Tell us at your own pace. Rosa-san. Thank you. It was a day I'd been harshly scolded by Mother. Even though my tutor had promised to keep it a secret, apparently they told Mother all about how I had complained. Rude. Mother scolded me brutally, saying my name was a disgrace to the Ushirimiya family. Of course I was doing the best I could, but I had none of Kraus Nisan's dignity. I couldn't get excellent grades like Eva Nisan, and I had no leadership abilities like Rudolf Nisan. I never stood out, didn't particularly excel at anything, and I found myself asking why I'd even been born into the Ushirimiya family. I began to question more and more why I'd even been born at all. Everyone's good at something. There's something, you just hadn't found it yet. This is what happened on the day I experienced my mind going blank for the first time. For the first time in my life, I realized that in addition to facing or surrendering to my problems, I had the third choice of running away. Though I say run away, there was no way I could have left Rokkenjima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion and my own self at that time. In a way, it was like a kid running away from home, or maybe a passive sort of suicide. I wanted to disappear. Or maybe it was that childlike form of resistance where I tried to make my parents worry by disappearing. I childishly thought if I went into the center of the forest, escaped from the Ushirimiya house, and maybe became lost, that then I'd make them worry and teach them a lesson. And then you went into the forest that you were told never to enter? Yes. After reaching the beach, I followed alongside the ocean. I didn't have any particular reason, but I felt that if I went around to the opposite side of the island, there might be a place there that no one knew about, which might become a hidden house just for me. What was that sound? If you go around by the beach, that would be impossible. It becomes a cliff part way, right? There's no way you could pass that way. Of course. So I kept going wherever I could, which kept taking me deeper and deeper inland. It's a horrible forest without any paths, but that was comforting to me then. If I could make it through such a dangerous forest, then I'd be that much further away from the Ushirimiya family. How shameful. If you were scolded because of your grades, all you had to do was work harder. You mustn't say that. Doesn't Rosa have her talent as a designer instead? Literally speaking, he was covering for Rosa, but everyone knew that Rosa's company hadn't been profitable. Quit it. This is no time for sarcasm. Oh wow, what a dick. I didn't realize he was being sarcastic. So you managed to end up there by coincidence? At Beatrice's hidden mansion. Rosa nodded weakly. About how far did you walk? Could you show it to us on a map? Natsuhi-san, do you have a map of this island? No, there isn't one here now. It wouldn't help. I was just walking randomly. Oh, it wouldn't help. I was just walking randomly. Even if you gave me a map, I wouldn't know. And 20 years have passed since then. I probably couldn't reach it again even if I went into the forest. Several people let out dejected sighs. It was vividly clear that in their haste they'd thought some hint related to the witch's epitaph. Or maybe even the gold itself might be resting there. On Rokkenjima, only the land around the mansion is ready to be developed on. The rest is completely uncultivated, and it'd probably take a lot of work to survey the entire island. But just knowing that it actually exists is helpful. It would take some money, but if we enlisted an aerial photography company to investigate, or asked the businessman who constructed this mansion about what happened at the time, we could probably find some way to search for it. That's right. At least we have more options now, as opposed to when we weren't sure it existed. Indeed. It may be worth investigating right away. The siblings will do that investigation together on her face. We won't leave you on your own, Nisan. It wasn't yet certain that the gold was hidden in that secret mansion, but the sparks seemed to have started flying between Kraus and Eva already. Give it a rest for now, you two. Rosa, please continue.
Yes.
Ooh, what is this music? Blindly, randomly, I kept running on and on. Suddenly I came across something I thought was an animal trail. It looked so pretty. I was very tired and had no idea how far I'd walked, so at that time I naturally took the easiest path. As I did, suddenly, right before my eyes, a very, very tall fence appeared. It was a fence wonderfully adorned in a Gothic style. For an instant, I thought I had got him turned around and returned to the original mansion. Of course, there were fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest, but this fence was decorated differently, and moreover, it was very tall. It probably reached a full 2 stories up. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. At the time, I believed... This is almost like Chrono Cross music. At the time, I believed in the legend of the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice. Okay. I had been told that she was frightening, but some of the servants told me that she'd sometimes help you if you respected her. I was going to say, or it's like Xenagears, but that's the same composer, so... Since I had little confidence in those days, I believed the only way I could be saved was by receiving her help. That's why I thought what I did. I believed that this was the fence of the mansion belonging to Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. I thought that if I could meet with Beatrice, she'd definitely save me, so I decided to try going in. But the fence was very, very tall, and it didn't look like I'd be able to go over it. So I chose to walk around it. I thought that if I did, I'd eventually reach a gate. But it wasn't that easy. Can't you just climb up it? The fence had an incredible length to match its incredible height, and no matter how far I went, I didn't reach a corner. Might have encircled a massive area, or just like slip in through the things. Or maybe, depending on how big this is, or maybe I just had that impression because my child's legs made it difficult to walk in the forest. Oh, especially because she's a kid. Anyway, I couldn't find a gate for a while. And I said, what is this music? It's so good! And I started to feel sad, as though the witch had rejected me. As I did, I eventually came upon a large tree whose twisted root had bent the fence. I might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawled, it looked like I'd be able to sneak in. And there you found the hidden mansion? I don't know if it was the hidden mansion we've been talking about. Still, at the very least, it wasn't a place that we know of. It wasn't as though I came out into a garden as soon as I passed the fence. I had to continue through a lot more uncultivated forest after that. Uncultivated. This theme is so good. My goodness. As I did, the forest suddenly opened up, and what appeared there was an unbelievably fantastical scene. To think that on the Rockenziema, where I thought only we lived, there could be such a wonderful mansion hidden away. Reminds me of the Lost Woods theme from Twilight Princess. Oh yeah, it does a bit. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. Oh, Secret of Mana? Which one have I played? Was it Legend of Mana or Secret of Mana that I've played? One of them I want to play, and one of them I've already played, and I don't remember which one is which. It does actually sound... It does sound a bit like Lost Woods. It's that pan flute. Actually, I think it's just a flute. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. It was a flower garden of a completely different design from the rose garden we know so well, and it was very lovely. Of course the mansion was also wonderful. It was a couple sizes smaller than ours, but it was still elegant and adorable at the same time. Then I saw her figure. I think it's Secret of Mana that I've played, and I think it's Legend of Mana that I want to play. One of them was composed by, oh my god, what is her name? Yoko Shinomura? Is that her name? Who did Final Fantasy 15 and Xenogears. Yeah. Then I saw her figure. I saw her sitting in a garden chair, positioned to give a view of the flower garden, wearing an elegant dress. It was that black dress embroidered in gold that we would later know from that portrait. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that except in fairy tales or on the stage of musicals. For a person to be wearing it as her normal clothes. Oh. Thank you for the donation, Inkulink. Thank you very much. Wait, what does the little thing say? Don't let. Oh, hold on. I have to have a look. Don't let this crisp bill fall into the universe hole. Yeah, I still don't know why it shows up in that currency, because it shouldn't. I wonder if I can change it in here. Oops, not that. No, it's not in here. There should be a way to change that. Oh well. Anyway. Oh shit, what'd I do? Ha. Oh, I skipped the scene! No, I didn't mean to skip it! Hold on, sorry. Oh, wait, what? No, yes, I did. Oh, fuck. Hold on a sec. Rip. Oh, man, I really hate how pressing Control skips the whole scene, because it's one of my side buttons on my mouse. I don't do it very often, but... Crap. Okay, hold on. Beautiful flower garden. It was elegant and adorable. Now we get to listen to this theme, which is fine. This theme's good too. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that. Blah blah. Somebody had told me that it was a dream. I might have nodded obediently, waited to wake up in my bed. I had forgotten to hide myself in my shock, so she eventually spotted me. At first, her expression was quite listless, but when she noticed me, her eyes opened very wide. It was only natural, considering that a guest she didn't know had suddenly appeared. I lowered my head automatically, planning to greet her and apologize for entering without permission. There we go. Okay. The worst nightmare come true. I don't know why it says you. Oh wait, so does it? Wait, does it say euros like in the widget thingy? Hold on a sec. Let me have a look. Panicking. What did I scare you? Sorry. Hold on a sec. Let me. I can fix that. Maybe. Let's have a look. I'll just do this during the stream. It's great. Let's have a look here. Didn't mean to click that. Oops. Let's listen to this theme instead. Oh, what's this? Okay. Can this go away, please? Yes, I don't need the thank you. Okay, settings. Account settings. Shared access. Integrations. No. Maybe it's in this. Oh no, it's probably in this. No. Goodbye. And oh my god. Streamlabs, oh, just please, babe. Stop being annoying, please. In this one. Shush, I don't need all your help things. I already know the things. Go away. It should be in here. But it's not. Which is weird. Oops. Oh well. I'll have to have a look later. It's really weird though that it doesn't. Anyway. Who are you? Oh no, wait, it's her talking. Who are you? The new gardener? Those were the first words she said to me. I grew slightly calmer, because I realized that we could talk to each other. Because I hadn't been turned into a frog just by meeting her eyes like a terrifying witch in a fairy tale. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have entered the garden without permission. Who are you? Name yourself. I am Ushiramiya Rosa. Ushiramiya... Oh. One of Kinzo's family? Huh? Ah, yes. I'm Kinzo's daughter. Good afternoon. I was a little surprised. After all, father was a great man, feared by everyone, and yet she had spoken of him without using honorifics. So I was immediately terrified of her. After all, if she could refer to my fearsome father that way, she must be a witch with incredible power. After staring at me curiously, she beckoned me to come over. Frightened as I was, I obeyed. After all, I thought she might really turn me into a frog. The closer I got, the stronger that fear became. After all, as I keep saying over and over, that woman in her dress in the flower garden in the mansion, that whole picture was so fantastical and beautiful that it seemed separate from reality. It probably wouldn't have surprised me at all to learn that she really was a witch. And I really was lucky. She hadn't turned me into a frog. As I awkwardly stood there, stock still, she motioned to an open chair and urged me to sit down. Oh, Jesus, hello. Okay, I wasn't expecting... That's really weird. They don't usually have... Oh no, they do sometimes, don't they? Have these kinds of things. Okay, it scared me. Have a seat. Welcoming and speaking to those who visit this garden for the first time is my sole pleasure. Of course I have no pleasures other than that. As she said this, she let an unhappy smile show for just an instant. Because I was full of a strange mix of tension and excitement, I rudely asked her a question all of a sudden. Are you the witch of the forest, Beatrice? She had changed. Indeed. I am Beatrice. As I thought, Beatrice actually existed. Did she really look like the portrait? Yes, really, just like the portrait. So, she wasn't just a witch from father's imagination. Well, what did you talk with her about? As she prepared some tea, she asked me all kinds of things about myself. First, she was surprised that I had come through the forest. It seems she believed that many dangerous wolves lived outside the fence. So when I told her I'd come through the forest to reach this place, she was shocked. She asked how I had managed to escape from the wolves. Did I give them a biscuit and they let me go? Or did I cover myself in a magic cloak? That kind of thing. Wahahaha! That sure sounds like a witch. What an interesting person. Quiet, dear. This goes way back. But didn't Father threaten us, saying we should never get near the forest because of the wolves that live there? Yes, he did say something of the sort. Ridiculous, even though Japanese wolves went extinct long ago. Truly a trick to fool children. They're Japanese wolves. I don't remember, though. Did Dad really tell us something like that? It was the Witch of the Forest, right? I don't think I've ever heard about wolves. This was when you were still in elementary school. Don't you remember? Back then, you actually said you thought it'd be cool to try petting the wolves. Father immediately gave up the wolf story and changed it to the story about the witch. Seriously, what transparent lies they were. At the time, the witch story had a much more immediate effect on you, Rudolph, than the wolves. I remember it well. Don't you remember those nights when you clung to my back? I see. So even Rudolph's son used to be that cute. Shut up. I was just a kid. Well, at any rate, her father's the one who shut Beatrice up in there. It makes sense they had used the same story about wolves. To him, the vast forest of Rockengym was a wall that shouldn't be crossed, dividing his two incompatible worlds, the Usuramia family and his mistress's mansion. Not even a mistress, more like his fucking captive. What's a first for you? Considering the height of that fence, it does sound as though Father turned that whole area, garden and all, into a giant jail cell. What a fucking piece of shit he was. I mean, is. Just like a border dividing his two separate worlds. Wolves aside, could there have been some breed of stray dogs there at the time? Perhaps the fence was there to protect against those. Could you stop? There aren't any wolves or stray dogs on Brockenjima. That fence was probably a border between us and Beatrice. But if she innocently believed that story about wolves, that's pretty naive. That's nothing like what I'd expect a witch to do. You're right. I sensed that too. She was very pompous, just like my image of a witch, but she was somehow very childish. She was, how should I put it, too straightforward. She gave me the impression that she didn't know anything about the world. It was as though she'd come from some fairy tale land. She really was a strange person. What happened after that? Did you end up talking about Dad? Did you end up talking about Dad at all? Yes. Once every few days, usually on an arranged day, but sometimes suddenly, Father would casually appear and they'd drink together, or else take a walk together or something. She said she just happened to be alone on the day I visited. I see. An obvious mistress, you might say. My. I don't know how much younger she was, but good for Father. What a dick. We can be sure this was no indecent relationship. Idiot. There's no way a lover's meeting between a man and a woman wouldn't have some sensuality. Yes, because we're all... Wait, what did you say? Lovers meeting, I guess. I was going to say, yes, we're all animals. We're just... can't help ourselves. Oh, what happened next? What did you talk about after that? I'd already introduced myself, so I asked about her. And when I did, the atmosphere quickly grew depressing. How should I put it? She seemed to grow listless and lonely. It was that same expression I saw on her face in the beginning. Well, she was his hidden mistress after all. If she just walked around wherever she liked, Mum might have found her. I bet she was practically under house arrest. Even though she had beautiful... Oh, right, because they haven't heard the story Beatrice told us. Okay. Even though she had beautiful clothes, a beautiful mansion, and a garden, she must have felt pretty cramped. I bet she had it rough. And then? She was definitely worried about something. Especially in the days before the internet. Oh, it would have been terrible. I remember feeling really sad myself when I realized it wasn't something I could do anything about by talking to her. She seemed to forget I was even there. She gazed vaguely off into the distance and was silent for a long, long time. I thought I must have said something wrong, but it didn't seem to be the type of atmosphere where I could apologize. So I remained silent, too, for a long, long time, until she remembered I was there. I've grown to hate that smirk on Klaus's face. Yeah? Fucking Klaus, I swear. And then she muttered unexpectedly. Oh, what is this music? Are there really no wolves beyond the fence? Huh? Yes, that's right. I've never seen wolves, not even in a zoo. What is a zoo? It's a place where they keep all kinds of animals. They're full of rare animals like elephants and giraffes and pandas. Oh, look at her face! So there aren't any wolves in a zoo? Then, it might not be so scary. Even if there were wolves, all of the animals are put in cages, so it's safe. And that's why you can safely look at them and learn about them. The mighty witch of the forest was apparently terrified of wolves. I remember it looked pretty funny to me at the time. How am I any different? Huh? She didn't know about zoos. I explained how fun zoos could be, but it was very difficult for a person like her who'd never visited one to understand. What is this theme? It's so good! Oh my god! On the contrary, as I explained it to her, her expression grew increasingly dismal. She couldn't see the difference. Apparently, even though she lived in an elegant mansion that was surrounded by a high fence and seemed to lack for nothing, she couldn't see how she was any different from animals shut up in cages. Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice, and that does indeed seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say. But that isn't me. I cannot use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body. There was definitely something odd about her. Beyond just being cut off from the world, it seemed she truly believed that magic exists. I think she talked about lots of weird things, but I don't remember the details. All I thought was that this might be a person to be pitied. She was unable to leave this mansion of her own free will, a prisoner without even realizing it. And she didn't know anything about the outside world, didn't even understand who she was. She probably vaguely realized that she was to be pitied. But since she didn't know anything, she seemed incapable of recognizing her own unhappiness. Long ago, when I told Nair-san that I felt sorry for a bird in a cage, she said this: "A bird that only knows about the inside of the cage doesn't long for the outside." But this wasn't a bird. She really was a person. Even if she had never been outside the cage, she understood that there was more to the world. So, I invited her. Do you want to try going outside the fence? There really aren't any wolves? There aren't. You'll definitely be safe. I want to leave, but the gate is always closed. There's the place I came in through. It's got a crack you can slip through. If we go through there, will there be a world outside? Yes. There really aren't any wolves? Right, there aren't any. I'd only planned on inviting her to go on a short walk, but she kept looking over her shoulder at the mansion as though she was seriously worrying over the decision. Then I learnt what she was preparing herself for. I've had enough of this place. I want to go outside, and I want to know who I am, what's happening in this world, and why I was born. I didn't know what her life had been like before then. It was probably something she couldn't express easily. If it was harsh, she just had to say she wanted to escape. If it was sweet, she just had to say she'd stay. For example, maybe it was like how a hot fireplace on a winter day makes the air get thicker and thicker, giving you a headache. Even though you know you shouldn't keep things the way they are, you still need courage to open the window and be tormented by the cold wind. Yes, such courage to open the window. She was starting to realize that she couldn't stay there forever. She was starting to realize that she had to go outside someday. But since she didn't know about the outside world, she must have needed courage to take that unspeakable first step outside. And despite that, she had made her decision. She'd voiced her decision to go outside, a decision she was probably making for the first time in her life. I hesitated for a moment. Father had decided that she should live here. She was like Father's beloved bird in a cage. If I just let her escape, Father might scold me harshly. I want to see... See what? I want to see a zoo. Ah. I was just a little surprised when she finally gave me a gentle smile. Could that have been a far-sightedness brought about by her decision to venture out from her cage? There was a smile so gentle I couldn't imagine that it had come from that once dark face.
Are you snoring, Nora?
I don't know, this seems kind of familiar. When I speak with you, I keep hearing about things I don't know. I don't even know about this thing called school. Nor do I know about zoos. I don't know about movie theaters. I don't know about amusement parks. And I feel, from the bottom of my heart, that I want to know about those things. Will you take me to see them? Huh? Yes. I was nervous about how I could keep it a secret from Father, but her face looked so happy, so I went along with her and nodded. But she seemed not to notice the meaning behind my vague smile. She seemed to believe that I'd really take her to all those places. She was pure and genuine. She'd probably never have been tricked by anyone. No, maybe it's better to say that she had never learned how to doubt. Her smile was somehow radiant, and yet pathetic. I wanted to find a way to grant her modest wish. I have had enough of Beatrice. I want to know who I am. I want to start out as a new human, not Beatrice. So I want you to take me away from here. I don't need tea anymore. I don't need this dress. I won't meet with Kenzo again. Please take me from here, Rosa. However, that responsibility was one that a child like me couldn't hope to fully bear. Still, when I saw her serious gaze, along with that brilliant smile that made it look as though a possessing spirit had left her, I could feel a little courage start to rise up inside me. This was definitely something that would get me into a lot of trouble. And yet, it was definitely the right thing to do. I didn't know how it'll turn out, but I'll take her away from here. Of course I won't be able to talk to Father, and not Mother either. Should I talk to Oni-sama or One-sama? No, what about that reliable Genji-san? Or that's right, what about Kumasawa-san, to whom I can always talk when I'm in trouble? I'm sure they'll be able to do something. Anyway, for now, I'll take her out of here. This was already a place she didn't want to be. So I took her to the crack in the fence and led her outside. She was all nervous, checking to make sure there were no wolves around. But once that fear disappeared, even just walking around this dense forest seemed to be fun somehow. Every time she found something, she'd ask me about it. And they were all really trivial things. What's that flower? What's that leaf? And that sound? And that smell? It really was like the inside of that fence had been her entire world. So now that she'd travelled beyond the limits of her world, it's strange. When I first saw her, I really thought she was the witch herself, relaxing inside the witch's mansion. But now it was different. Or actually the complete opposite. She'd left a world she believed to be finite, and was overjoyed at the realization that the world was endless, something she'd never thought of before. So everything she saw was new. It was almost as though she was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. She was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. If she was Alice, then I felt almost like a rabbit holding a watch. To her, it was probably a really fun walk, filled to the brim with excitement. But I was actually at a loss at what to do. After all, I walked randomly to get there. Of course, I didn't know the way back to our mansion. There were no lights in the forest, and I hadn't brought a flashlight. I realized it would be terrible if it got dark while we were still like this, and grew impatient. She was too innocent, and apparently she couldn't understand at all how frightening it would be to face the night inside the forest. But I was the one who brought her outside. I had to take responsibility somehow and resolve the situation. So I had a thought. Let's go out to the ocean for now. If we then follow the beach around, we should eventually make it back to the mansion. However, there was much more of a problem than I had imagined. I didn't have a map or a compass. There was no way I could walk in a straight line through an uncultivated forest, and I immediately lost my sense of direction. I already had no clue which trail I had come by, and was completely lost. At this rate, night would definitely fall before I had a clue where to walk. But this was no time to cry. After all, that woman following behind me was so innocent and having so much fun. So I definitely had to lead the way through this forest. For the sake of her smile as well. Gritting my teeth so that she didn't see me looking troubled, I pushed my way through the woods, advancing down a path that wasn't a path. Ah, so pretty. Then, after going through various troubles, I fortunately managed to reach the ocean. Actually, the seagulls crying, or whatever, makes me think of Final Fantasy VIII for some reason. There must be a place in Final Fantasy VIII where there, or is that 7? Where you can hear seagulls. At that time, I still didn't even have a clue where I was on the island, but for the time being, I was just a little reassured, realizing that if I just went around this way, I would surely be able to return to the mansion. However, though I had reached the ocean, we were at the top of the rock cliff. The beach was far below us. I was tired from walking around the forest for so long. So I figured that an open area, even a rocky beach, would probably be more easy to walk in. So I suggested that we go down that rocky cliff somehow. It looked pretty dangerous, but I figured there was no other way. However, Beatrice agreed to my plans without any doubts. Even though she was probably older than me, she meekly obeyed, almost as though she were some kind of chick who thought I was her mother. Oh, that's nice. I searched to see if there was some part of the cliff I'd be able to get down. Then I found a place where the cliff had fallen over and made a slope. It looked a little dangerous, but if I went down using both hands and both legs like I was crawling, I thought it'd probably be okay. Let's go down here. Oh, so pretty. Oh, so many backgrounds. It'll be dangerous if we aren't careful. But if we go down to the beach and walk along it, I don't think we'll have to worry about being lost anymore. Indeed. If that's what you're doing, I'll go too. Even getting lost is fun for me. Quite amusing. She really had no sense of danger. There was probably no doubt that she'd lived a life without discomfort. Even though she knew it would get dark when night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous the inside of a forest could be without a light. Furthermore, it seemed that she couldn't grasp at all how dangerous it might be if she fell from the cliff. I warned her repeatedly to be careful. I cautiously examined our potential route down. It seemed to be quite a long drop. I think it might have been about 10 meters down. If you looked at it from the bottom up, it would probably have looked shorter than the roof of the mansion. But looking from the top, it felt almost like staring down from the observation room on Tokyo Tower. But Beatrice still appeared to be completely without fear. It felt as though she had never even been taught that high places were dangerous. No, maybe she believed that she was a witch, and that she could fly, so there wasn't any need to worry. Please be careful. We're pretty high up. Indeed. I shall be careful. It looks like we can get to the ocean if we go down. Is there an aquarium there? No, there aren't any aquariums on this island. But there should be lots of fish in the sea. I see. So there are fish. Are there whales and dolphins and penguins like you talked about? No, you'd have to go to an aquarium for those. And you'd have to leave this island to find an aquarium. Is that so? Well, I'm looking forward to it. What kind of fish are whales? They're really big fish. Aren't they mammals? And they spit seawater into the air. Huh? And dolphins? They're really smart fish. And, oh, weren't they also mammals? They're really smart and can be taught tricks and stuff. Oh. Then what about penguins? Weren't they birds? What's going on? We're talking about aquariums. None of these things seem to be fish. Well, there aren't just fish. It's full of all kinds of things that live in the ocean. Ha ha. I really am looking forward to that. What? Yeah. She let out what might have been a funny, rushed and short cry. No, it was probably a scream. It came right out of the blue. Her body separated from the cliff and silently fell. I immediately wanted to say something to her. I wanted to say, "Didn't I tell you to be more careful?" It was the thought of a child. It was how a child immediately gets mad when something bad happens, trying to find an excuse to show it wasn't their fault. Of course I said it like that, and lots of adults do this also. Are you okay? Didn't I warn you over and over? Rip. So, she fell from the cliff. And then what? What happened to her, Rosa? Rosa? Rosa fell silent. Her gaze dropped to her feet, as though she was seeing through the floor in some disgusting memory. She died, didn't she? Oh, this is Eva. She died, didn't she? Eva's brutal words were the ones Rosa had most wanted to avoid. And when she was hit with them, she screamed in resignation. Yes, she died. It was a rocky beach with lots of sharp, dangerous rocks exposed. Her eyes were still open, and an incredible amount of blood kept pouring out, quickly spreading out until it looked like a red carpet. Oh, God. I spoke to her, shook her, but she refused to respond. Not even a blink. No, she wouldn't even close her eyelids. It was my fault. She was wearing a dress, remember? Even though I knew her outfit was difficult to move in, I said we should go down the cliff. She was incredibly innocent, so she obeyed what I said without any doubts. How long do you plan on remaining dead? Open your eyes already. Darn you, turning into a lump of meat all by yourself while I'm gone. Ooh, these sounds are unnecessary. I was just flirting with your ass snatch, friends. More importantly, what the heck's going on here? Well, as you can see. I missed my footing, fell down, and died. What the hell? Even though you showed up as the 19th person, you were already dead? Don't mess with me, that's impossible. Aunt Rosa was a kid and she was panicked. And it's not like a doctor was there. She probably just mistakenly thought you were dead and you were probably alive and pretending to be dead or something. Isn't that right? It can't be true. She's got to be alive. Otherwise, how can she be here? The kid-aged Aunt Rosa shook Beatrice's body, crying. I stared into that face too, but her eyes were still open and it really was a corpse. I wanted to dodge the issue by saying something vague like, she must be playing dead, but no matter how I looked at it, it didn't look fake at all. It really did look like she was dead. Beatrice had fallen upside down from a cliff of that height, and her head had smashed against the pointed tip of those sharp rocks. Yeah, you probably would die after landing on those rocks from that height. But I couldn't accept it. No matter how dead she looked, she had to be alive. Then she went on to become this damn irritating witch. That makes all the inconsistencies fit. Grandfather must have kept her confined constantly in a hidden mansion. Then, to take revenge for that, she committed several atrocious murders. Aunt Rosa probably just mistakenly thought she was dead. But she was actually alive, and as soon as Aunt Rosa left, would miraculously breathe again. Then she somehow lived on until today and opened the curtain on her revenge drama. Otherwise, the facts don't fit together. I won't let you trick me so easily. Can you repeat it in red? That she's certainly dead. She has to be alive, right? It's obvious. How does that look alive to you? It's definitely dead. My theory that the 19th person was Grandfather's mistress, a human Beatrice, had been defeated. I planned to strike back from a defensive position, but... Then, who are you? You just died, right? Don't tell me you revived yourself with magic. I've already explained that, have I not? The me lying over there definitely possesses my soul. But that body's nothing more than a cage of flesh tying me to the physical world. This is how that cage of flesh was broken. Do you understand what that means? I don't have a clue anymore. Keep having fun with your witch girl tricks. I'll listen to that in place of a snack. What the? It's empty. Hey, could I get some more black tea? Renove, our guest would like some tea. When Beata clapped her hands, the Renove appeared. Butlers sure are convenient. A refill, you say? Certainly. How much shall I pour you? Well, I got more than enough snacks. Half will be fine. Even so, filling it to the brim is the English custom. Then why did you ask? Even though just enough to wet my throat would have been fine, he filled it to the top. I turned my back to Beata, sipping it in silence. Why did you ask if you were just going to give him a full cup anyway? Hey, open your eyes! Beatrice! Rosa shook me. No, shook the corpse that had once been me. I watched over her from a short distance away. Ah, so I fell from there and died. For a while I believed that was true. I saw Rosa spend a long time beside my corpse, then watched her as she ran away. Eventually I realized that I was a different individual from that corpse. That's right. I am me. So I finally managed to escape from Kinzo's bonds. Eventually I felt the memory returning. The fact that I was an endless witch who had lived for 1,000 years. Then I remembered that I'd been summoned by Kinzo and that I'd been imprisoned by him for a long time. While being imprisoned in a cage of flesh, I completely lost my memory as a witch. However, thanks to Rosa, if you could say that, thanks to my accidental death, I had now finally regained myself. Rosa, you probably regret bringing about my death, but I should be thanking you. I couldn't see Rosa anymore. Did she go to call a doctor, or was she so terrified that she ran away? It no longer matters. That soulless shell no longer has any value. And yet, I'm so frail now. Even this glorious midday sun is agony to me. I destroyed my human form. Then I changed it into several gold butterflies. Yes, with my magical power as frail as it is now, this form is easier to maintain. To escape even a little from the light of the sun, I rode the wind and gently flew up the side of the cliff. It'll probably be a bit cooler in the forest. Anyway, I'll take some time to recuperate and regain my former power. As I ponder how to make Kinzo pay up all he owes me. Yes. Dancing alone through the air, I looked down at the shore one more time. On the rocky shore lay the figure of what had once been me, the figure I would eventually regain. To regain the form of that physical body I'd thrown away, it would probably take more than 100, 200 days. And it might require 1,000 days, or perhaps even more. However, I am the Endless Witch. The Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Waiting any countable number of days would be no problem. Oh, Kinzo. Regret that you are not here now. No longer will you be able to capture me. Even Beatrice is getting some character development. Ooh. Yes. And then you changed into gold butterflies, hid in the forest, and waited for your magical power to be restored? Is that what you're saying? That is correct. I take this form to snare at you, but most of the time it is easier magically for me to keep my form as gold butterflies. Hey, feel free to take a load off and stick to whatever's easiest. I wouldn't mind not having to hear your irritating laugh. When I turned into butterflies and slipped into the forest, it was already no longer possible for Kinzo to find me. However, Kinzo was not dismayed. Still, he was not immediately able to prepare a way to catch me. So he first this is very quiet music. So he first moved to prevent me from leaving this island, and to keep me from regaining my power. My. At any rate, Kinzo's spitefulness was unimaginable. It was pretty tough to be loved by someone like that. He found a way to keep you from leaving after you turned... Oh, wait. He found a way to keep you from leaving after you turned into butterflies? What, did he put a bug net around the entire forest? Indeed. A magical one. Didn't you know? On the sea in front of the harbour is a reef, upon which sits a small shrine of Eastern magic. Ah, that. It was gone by this year, though. It was a small shrine built long ago by a Shugenja, right? From the very beginning, Rokkenjima has been an island enveloped by a distortion. It attracts things of magical power and other related creatures. The lady herself is one of them. How about some more tea? Please. Oops. They brought harm to humans and probably left several eerie legends in their wake. That small shrine was built in ancient times by an Eastern magician who heard of them. A long time passed and that power was lost. By repairing it, Kinzo restored this island's barrier and once again bound me to the island. Can Eastern magic work on a Western witch like you? Normally, the affinity would be poor. However, for the purpose of sealing me here, it may have been quite convenient in a way. If it was Western magic, I would have had some knowledge. For any barrier, there would have been some measures I could have taken, but Eastern magic is outside my area of expertise. It was as if I had been given chopsticks instead of a spoon for some soup that I wanted to drink. In a space dominated by Eastern magic, Western magic loses much of its power. Even if she were given 1,000 days to gain her strength, she would have had to wait many, many more. So you're saying it took you 20 years to regain your power, and now you've revived, as we can all see? Those were horribly long years. I spent many days in the form of gold butterflies, found Kinzo's mansion, and watched over him every day. I lived through those days with no means to enjoy myself except to ponder how I would get back at him. Watching over him, I don't think that's quite right. You mean that you watched him? If you watched over him, it's like you're, not protecting him, but watching him fondly, which seems a bit messed up. That period of 20 years was fortunate for me. Kinzo tried to use all sorts of magic to find and capture me, but each failed. There's a limit to how many miracles a single human can bring about. Even simply holding me captive for that long had been a miracle far above his place. It would be unthinkable for me to be captured like that multiple times. Grandfather said something in the previous game. It was something like, magic lies in a miracle of probability. Indeed, as Kinzo was searching for a hidden art to capture me again, he stumbled upon that. Then he finally worked out the ceremony involving the offering of 13 people as sacrifices to revive me again. 13 people as sacrifices. That is the witch's epitaph, a song of sacrifices. 6 people on the first twilight, 2 people on the second, and then 5 more people on the 4th through 8 twilights. A forbidden ceremony involving the offering of a total of 13 people as sacrifices. Those sacrifices were to be chosen randomly, and the one who held the ceremony, Kinzo himself, was no exception. Dumbass, are you saying that all the gruesome murders on this island were a weird ceremony? I'd had a vague idea that this might be the case, but I couldn't just hear that it was true from a witch and a demon and say, "Oh really?" and accept it. There are 18 people on the Rokkenjima. 13 are offered as sacrifices, 5 are left alive. Then I revive. In other words, the odds that Kinzo will be able to meet me again are probably around 1 in 3. He bet his own life on those odds, wishing for a reunion with me for the last bits of his remaining life. You're saying he gathered our family for the sake of that joke of a ceremony? Don't fuck with me. Don't say stuff like that. Damn it. It was all set out in our contract from the beginning. When Kinzo's life ended, all the gold I lent him and all of the assets he created would be given to me. Yes, Kinzo did stab me in the back quite brutally, but looking back now, it was a rare and precious time during my 1,000 years of life. After all, boredom is my natural enemy. To Kinzo, who offered me a chance to run away from that for several decades. Yes, you could say I owe him for that. I decided to go along with Kinzo's game, so to start, Kinzo returns the Usuramiya family head ring to me. It was my gold that revived the family after all. Then 13 people are chosen at random to be sacrifices. While that happens, you all run about, showing me all kinds of human interactions as you try to oppose me and entertaining me greatly. Yes, I truly have taken a liking to this game of Kinzo's. Nah, I definitely won't believe in that kind of magic story. And who are you? You fell off a cliff and died, right? Your soul slipped out, became butterflies, and went to the forest? That isn't possible. But you're here. Who are you? Aren't you the 19th person? That is true, I am the 19th person. But it's useless, right? It's all useless. Oh. Red time. There are no more than 18 humans on this rock, Genjima. What did you say? So you're saying that the X in the 18 plus X doesn't exist? Are you saying the piece I took, the X doesn't exist? That is what this means. My condolences. Still, you do move fast, milady. And I thought you'd let him flounder about before spinning everything around at the end. Well then, Battler Summer, would some more tea be agreeable? I don't need it, damn it. I don't believe it. The culprit can't be one of the 18. Then what are you, and why are you here? If the 19th person doesn't exist, then you're saying you're one of the 18 in disguise. Perhaps you are castling. Perhaps you're what? Castling? Hey Google, what does castling mean? No, that's not what I said. What does castling mean? There you go. To make a special move no more than once in a game by each player in which the king is oh, it's a chess thing. In which the king is transferred from its original square 2 squares back. Wait, 2 squares along the back rank towards a rook on its corner square, which is then transferred to the square passed over by the king. What? So you can like swap the king and the rook? Is that what that means? Okay, I don't know that was a thing. Yeah, chess move, yep. Though reluctantly, you were doubt. Actually, now that I think about it, I think I did know that was a thing. I used to play lots of battle chess on the Amiga when I was growing up. Maybe I do remember that being a thing. Huh. Very vaguely, it's been a long time since I last played any chess. Though reluctantly, you were doubting one of the 18 people as your last way. It's funny because no, I think I might have mentioned this before. I probably mentioned this before because this game is all about the chess. But when they came out with when they came out with Wizards chess in Harry Potter, and it was like, oh, Wizards chess, oh, and they move and they do their things, and it was like, yeah, I used to play battle chess on the Amiga. This is just battle chess. I mean, it's cool, but it's like, yeah. Though reluctantly, you were doubting one of the 18 people as your last way out. However, it would be difficult for me from here on out. If you choose to stop caring about propriety, you could prepare a culprit freely amid 18 people, making you reach checkmate by evading those 18 pieces. Will be truly difficult. Oh my god, there's a sentence. As if I do that, I won't suspect any of the 18. I don't want to suspect people. Have I really been cornered here again? Damn it, damn it, damn it! It looks like we're finally approaching the end in the 3rd round of this game of ours. You have nowhere to run anymore, right? You don't want to suspect any of those beloved people in the 18, do you? Were you trying to hide that from me? Then why do you refuse me? They say you should play the opening like a book, the middle of the game like a magician, and the end game like a machine. Do they say that? Do they? I'll corner you from here on. Slowly, carefully, surely. Or, on the other hand, would it be better if I pressed you all at once, which might suit your style more? I found her voice again. Yes, that should fit you well. Let's do that. I'm now fully aware of the sorts of attacks you're weakest against. Okay, Beatrice. Raining, it is raining. Raining. Oh, okay. Everyone's just okay. Right, sure. Oh, okay. What's happening? Oh, I guess... No, I don't know what's happening. We're like going through all the story of the past arcs or something. Okay. Oh, there we go. Any day now, something will happen. This is quite the transition that we're going through. Okay. Is this the end of the arc? Is that what's happening? That's weird. Nothing happened. What is happening? I'm very confused. Am I skipping everything? Is that what's happening? Okay. Yes. Now we get to see all the things. Very good. Yep. There's no dialogue. I'm confused. Ah, yes. Okay. What was the point of that transition? And now the entire game and fast forward. What is happening? It was weird. I'm confused. Oh, hello. Oh, I got an achievement. The achievement is just is midnight. Okay. What? I'm confused. What's happening? Midnight time. I'm lost. I don't know what just happened. But okay. I guess stuff happened, but it wasn't important to the plot or something, so it was just like, yep, and then all the things. And now it's okay. Come on. There we go. Good job. You found the dialogue thing. Alright, well, I guess I'll stop the stream here. Considering there was a big break. There's probably lots of stuff that's about to happen, so it's probably a good place to end the stream. Also because my jaw's starting to get sore, because I've been reading so much in character voices, where I had to hold my mouth in a certain way and stuff, so... yeah, it's been like... How many hours has it been? 5 hours? That's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's longer than last week's stream, which is good. 3 hours is a bit short, so... I think 5 hours is pretty good. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you for the donation, Link. Thank you to all of my patrons who were here. Look at them all. To Tim, Steen Van Empel, Ready Games, Owner Magician, Dr. Tiggy, Yomar, John, James, Link, Fitmeister, Featherfly, Evie, Earl Nunya, Sivak, and Adam Daniels. Thank you very much for all of your support. I greatly appreciate it. I just sent one of my patrons, well, I'm about to send one of my patrons their birthday package full of New Zealand candy and stuff, so that's quite exciting, because before this I've only been able to do Finnish stuff, so now it's like, New Zealand stuff, and it's like New Zealand things that I ate when I was growing up and stuff, so it's pretty cool. It's nice to be able to give that to people at that tier. But if you'd also like to become a patron, you can have a look at the link there. You can have a look at all the different reward options and stuff. Even just $1 a month really helps me a lot, and I greatly appreciate everything. Next week, so I'm now going to be streaming on Fridays. Next week I may play more of this, or I may play something else. I am not sure yet, actually. I'll have to see what I feel like. at the time. Very sorry, by the way, about trails kind of falling off the face of the earth. I do have episodes to go up. I just haven't edited them all yet. Usually editing trails takes me 2 seconds because I usually just put the stuff together and then watch it and take out all my sneezes and coughs and stuff. But because I'm putting the music into the story reading, and it's I'm probably putting too much effort into it, but it's taking me longer and more effort and stuff, and I suck. And the new expansion of Final Fantasy came out, so I'm all doing that with my spare time, and I suck, and I'm sorry, but that will hopefully come out this week. I know I said it would come out last week, and I didn't, but yes, that will eventually get back on track, and I'll start recording Final Fantasy VI at some point as well. I'm just still trying to make sure that I can pay rent before I put all my effort into YouTube, but I'm trying. Yes, once I get properly settled and all that stuff and there's some stability in my life, I'll be able to do that stuff better like I did before. But anyway, thank you for your patience. I appreciate the patience and everything in the meantime. And I will see you next week, or on Discord, or whatever. Oh yeah, and in the link in the description. In the description there are links to various things, such as my Twitter, which I do occasionally still use, although it's mostly Star Trek stuff. And Discord is in there, which is where we all hang out, so that's a good place to be. That's also where all my announcements and everything are. There's Patreon, which I already talked about, and that's about it, really. There's Facebook, but I never use it. So, yeah. So I'll see you next week. Thank you everybody for coming and talking and stuff. And have a good weekend. Bye-bye.